What's up, everybody? All right, we're about to get started. Gonna recap some stuff today. Um, Go a little bit more in depth than some of the other streamers have done. Not everyone that wears a white tall tee knows what they're talking about, so or they just don't talk about stuff and they just ramble and sound like absolute garbage. But I'm not naming names, so we'll just go from there. There are a couple of developments, some things that I think are pretty damning, and some I don't know if they didn't quite catch on or they didn't exactly understand. Maybe they're a little bit too hyped on other stuff, but it's definitely interesting. Some of the audio footage that was played today in regards to Amber Heard. So there is a clip that's going to be played a little bit later on that involves her basically after everything she's done, all the accusations, she goes to Johnny, she's begging and pleading for her reputation's sake. It's not, and this is something that people who fall within the Dark Triad tend to do. The Dark Triad, something I can go a little bit in length about, is basically you have three different malevolent kind of personality types, wherein an individual either falls under, and granted, there's a lot of interlap usually. Someone either falls under psychopath, they fall under narcissist, or they fall under Machiavellianism. So those that fall within one category, especially stronger than the other, they do still tend to have qualities or traits. I wouldn't exactly call them qualities. They have traits that bleed over into the other categories, but they're typically stronger in one area than the other. But it is not uncommon at all for someone that presents as a narcissist to have traits that are also conductive of those that are labeled as a Machiavellianist. It's also not uncommon for someone that is labeled as a psychopath to have traits that are very commonly associated with narcissism or being a narcissist. So it all kind of intertwines. For me, when we play one of the clips in particular, the clip actually goes on to in length. So Johnny Depp at one point in length is going to the audio clip explains him talking about his abuse, and as he talks about his abuse, the camera pans over and you see Amber Heard's face, and I shit you not, that to me is like one of the most damning things, because if you ever watch like old footage of those who are very messed up in the head, such as Ted Bundy, for example. Ted Bundy, anytime he had to relive his crimes and he had to relive the things that he did that were horrible, that were just absolutely like abhorrent, he would smile. He enjoyed. It's no different than at times there will be, and hello by the way, what's up Silent Sword and Spider, how you guys doing? It's no different than when psychopaths who commit some kind of a crime take something of the victims to remember the violent act, to remember the victim. They have like a keepsake. Sometimes people would take ID cards. Sometimes they would take a piece of clothing, something of the sort from the victim, and it would allow them to relive what they did to them. And in Amber's case, when she hears that audio play and she hears his voice talking about, you know, you did this to me that was violent, you did this to me that was violent, she gets this smirk on her face. And it is very reminiscent of those criminals whose cases were made public, and you see the smile that goes across their face whenever they recall or they relive that violent moment in their life, and they get excited about it. So it's really disturbing, honestly. He said, "What's good, Sarah? You're live from my TV." Oh, yay! Aw, hooray! What's up, Anthony? How long you been? So we are discussing and observing fake victim today. Well, you say fake victim in the case of Amber Heard, but obviously Johnny Depp not a fake victim at all. But it's pretty ridiculous. I'm gonna try to skip forward to some of the time markers wherein this occurs. I may have to click in and out of a couple of clips that I've saved to showcase things specifically. But if you really look at the evidence that's been presented, not just, you know, her body language, the character, but if you really listen to some of the audio, there is an audio clip where she pretty much admits to, yeah, okay, I've dug myself too deep. I created this lie, but I need you to help me repair my reputation. And it's not about repairing his reputation. It's not about, I'm sorry I did this, or I don't know, you know, I did something wrong. There's no accountability on her end, which is very common for those that are narcissists. But I really think that she falls more under the Machiavellianism category, because she, and it's been proven throughout her career, she finds someone that will propel her career, she latches on to them, and then moves on to the next one, which it's not completely uncommon for those that fall under the narcissist category to consistently be looking for better, as you could say. They tend to, after the whole honeymoon phase, the relationship's over, and that person starts to realize, hey, this person has faults, or they have things that are not perfect about them. They see that that person is no longer seeing them as perfect, and they also start to see the flaws in the other person. And because they mirror that, because they tend to feed off of that energy, they move on to another person. So it's, in a way, I feel like she falls back and forth between those two categories of Machiavellianist and narcissist. What's up, Gustavo? How you doing? He said, it's funny that you brought that up because ever since this case, gender war really went crazy. I do think that the gender war has gone kind of crazy because of it, and it really is bothersome because a lot of people don't realize it's not just Johnny Depp that is a victim. The pendulum has swung. It very much used to be where if a woman would make a claim, she would never be believed. And the pendulum then swung completely the other way, where a woman would make a statement and that would be believed instantly. So we need to get back to a middle ground. We can't just have this game of gnip gnab wherein a pendulum is going complete opposites and complete polar, you know, like, oh, it's either extreme this way or extreme this way. We need to find a middle ground, because that is the way to get justice for both sides, both parties. He said, I didn't know that you were streaming on YouTube now. Yes, I have to stream on YouTube right now. Unfortunately, I was kicked off of Twitch. They banned me indefinitely. They did not give me a reason. I believe I know the reason. I've talked at length about that in basically in my cringe AF section, and also my Discord, the general section in Discord, and the cringe AF section in Discord. I don't want to get too much into it because I have talked about it on stream. You can also, I believe, go back and watch those live streams as well here on YouTube, where I talk about it at greater length. We can maybe touch on that later in the day, or if you want to go back and read that. Yeah, I basically am on YouTube now because I was booted. I received an indefinite suspension on April 11th from Twitch. As of right now, I have no date of return. I have no information as to why, none of that. You said, how are we doing? Doing okay. I'm a little bit antsy. I do leave to go out of town here in the next couple of days. So April 28th, I will be leaving. As some of you may know, I'm headed out of town. I will be in North Carolina. After that, I will be in Miami. So I will not be returning back home for a month. I will try to do a couple of streams if possible while I'm in Miami, but while I'm visiting family in North Carolina, you know, and unfortunately, that's just not going to be possible. And it's, you know, for me, when you're with family and stuff like that, that takes precedence. I think that takes focus. So I will try to be putting content out and releasing some content while I'm away. It will not be live content, but at least it will be something. You said, I know my cousin Michael told me that you got banned on Twitch. You may know him on Twitch. He's a Spider fan. You know what? The name sounds familiar. It does sound familiar. Yeah. He told you that I got banned. Yeah, I did. Yep, totally got suspended. It was a little bit ludicrous, but he said, wish me luck. I have an interview at Emirates Airlines today. Dude, that's exciting. Congrats to you. I'll keep my fingers crossed. Definitely let me know how that goes. We will send a lot of positive vibes your way. You might be a bit anxiety, but no need. It'll be great. They'll take care of you. Man, I really hope so. I did have a conversation with the doctor the other day because he is wanting to do a certain kind of procedure that I'm not exactly comfortable with, and we won't know more about what they will have to go in and remove and the extent of what the surgery will be. He's wanting to do a certain procedure that he thinks will be better in regard to like blood supply. He thinks that it won't be as damaging, but for me, I've been looking at photos and stuff, and I don't know why I like to torture myself and like gross myself out like that. I don't know why. I want to be informed, but at the same time I see that and I'm like, ugh. I start like, dry heaving. But I I know, look, I'm not one of those, oh, I saw this on WebMD and now I know more than you. Absolutely not. I trust my doctor. I trust him to make the right decision. But I have looked at a couple of different procedures that can be done and the way it can be done. And so for me, there's one that I feel the way that they go in is a little bit scary for me. I don't really know if I want to do that. He's saying something different, but until I go into pre-op and he's actually able to physically examine me and see the extent of what's going on, I won't have a better idea. But I will keep you guys posted as much as I can. Not that you care, but just in case any of you guys are curious, because I know I'm a curious person, so it's more so like oh, I wonder. But you're absolutely right though, Anthony, in regards to the whole, like there's been a lot of like male and female kind of back and forth. For the most part, I feel a lot of women do see how manipulative she's been, and I've seen a lot of support for Johnny based off of the evidence and not based off of clout or looks or anything like that. Women can usually identify other crappy women. Sadly, we have that sixth sense. So it's been a little bit obvious for some of us ladies to kind of see that. But I think that one of the things that people that have streamed the trial, such as like XQC, I get he's a little bit of an eccentric personality, but his excitement has not done a lot to kind of go like, hey guys, this is not like every woman is not like this. You don't need to walk around with this, screw women, they're only looking for a payday. Like when I see things like that are coming across the channel, that is geared specifically towards female, and having this attitude that all women are looking for a payday, it undermines those that, come forward that maybe they were solicited by a professional athlete or a doctor or a lawyer or someone or a judge or someone that's in a prominent position in society, and they decide to have the courage to come forward. Like when people have this attitude that, oh, all women are like this, or all women that come forward against someone that is in a good position in society, they're simply looking for a payday. It's defeating. It's horrible to see, because you don't want someone to see one example and get this idea or mindset that is the same kind of mentality or issues surrounding every single case that comes up. This in particular, yes, it is a case where a female is the one that is domineering, psychotic, narcissistic. She exhibits signs of someone who is a high mock, which we can get into later. It's definitely something that happens, it occurs, but to go into any kind of situation wherein you're like, all women are like this, or oh, they only believed her because she's a woman, that's not healthy. That's not the mentality we should have. I actually feel that Amber Heard alone, because of this, has taken women back decades. She has single-handedly taken the efforts that women have worked hard for in regards to propelling them into a position where they feel comfortable coming forward, especially with cases that have to do with someone that is very notable in society. And we have set the clock back so much because of her lies. It's absolutely abhorrent. So true, when we do research, it obviously will look super scary, but for pro doctors, it's probably second nature. It is, but I've seen some stuff that just like it doesn't help that I don't have like a strong stomach for that stuff, but some of the procedures I've seen that way, I'm just like, but he said if we do something the other way, he said his concerns are about the amount of blood loss going in and operating and doing that kind of procedure in the way in which I feel comfortable. I understand that and I appreciate that. I just, instead of making it more about one thing, he wants to make it more about something else, and I would rather be on the safe side. So I think that once we talk in person and we are able to move forward and kind of get a better idea of what's going on once he's able to actually examine me in person, because I mean, it's hard to say. Like, if I were to have a video call with a doctor right now and I was like, hey, my butthole is itchy, and I flashed him my dark star right now, he probably would not be able to properly assess what is going on. Same thing with surgery. I can't just be like, hey, this is going on, and you know, without ever examining me or seeing me, I need you to just tell me what's wrong. So we'll once he's able, which by the way, the surgery does not involve my butthole, just in case anyone is wondering now. I don't know why I use that as an example, but no, for now, we're just waiting for the pre-op, and once that happens, if for whatever reason I don't feel comfortable and I don't feel like he's listening to me, I may actually make the decision to wait and find another doctor instead of just do it. I think that being smarter and safer is gonna be better than just, oh, this is, you know, an issue, it's been an issue for months now, let's do this, let's get over with. I want a doctor that's gonna listen to me and have the best like results and outcome, and even if it's a little bit of a safer decision, you know. You said, oh my god, I missed you, already subbed. Oh, what's up, Nomad? Thank you, I appreciate. By the way, if you have not hit the subscribe button, please do on YouTube, in case you're a little bit of a boomer, which is, it's okay, I love all ages here. Subscribe is not the same as on Twitch when I was on there. It just means that you're following me. It doesn't mean that you're even paying anything, so you know, totally. He said, I'm not a butthole specialist, lady, but you really should get that checked out. Oh my, I knew that was a bad example. I knew it was a bad example. He said, Michael was a Spidey fan, and I always watched your Twitch streams after they aired because I don't have a Twitch channel. Oh, okay. Both of us are upset that you were banned from Twitch. Oh, you know, it's really frustrating, Gustavo. I know, I get it. I'm still frustrated about it too, but for the time being, I am going to, while I'm on vacation for a month, I am going to focus on me and still get some content out there. And if by the end of my time away I don't hear anything, maybe I'll come back under a different handle. I don't know. Not saying that I will, because that would be bad, but you know, not saying that I will or am now, because I'm not. So, you know, but it said, did you notice Amber's makeup? She did something to make herself look like she's about to cry. I know she wears makeup like that all the time. She definitely has done things to make herself look completely different, which it's not an uncommon tactic in the courtroom. It is very common for people in the courtroom to do certain things with their appearance. It's very common for those that claim allegations of sexual harassment, or which it's really sad that it comes down to this, but lawyers still will tell their clients that if they are going on trial for, like, say for example, sexual harassment, they will tell them to dress very conservatively. And it's not just a courtroom thing, like, oh, you're in a courtroom, dress nice. It's more of like you'll be perceived more as being honest and not a flashy lady, because unfortunately we still live in a time where people think that if you wear a tank top and you have, you know, you're bustier than most girls and you have cleavage, that you are asking for that behavior. It's sad, it's disgraceful that still happens. I mean, you can't help, like, that's like me saying that my old band teacher, like, wanted to be sexually harassed because he always wore khakis that were too tight and they showed off his nuts. Like, I've never, at no point have I ever accused my former band teacher of wanting to be sexually harassed because his khakis were too tight, and you could totally see, like, it gave him a moose knuckle kind of effect. Like, that claim has never been made. So I don't understand why the claim is made for, like, if a lady wears a tank top, you know, like, it's just not, it's not right. Morning from Denmark. What's up, dude? How's it going? Hope you have a good day today, by the way, since it's morning for you. It's obviously, it's like 7 something where I am right now. What time is it? Jesus, I don't even know. So it's 7:47. Oh, he said, you worked in a hospital for 4 years. You graduated medical school. Oh, wow. I saw so much worse than some spilled blood, and now I have a fear of hospitals. Oh, don't tell me that. Don't tell me that. No, don't tell me that. That doesn't help at all. I'm already freaked out enough as is about the next surgery, and him talking about blood loss and stuff. I can't. Oh, you guys, I actually, this is why I didn't go on to be a nurse. I wanted to pursue either nursing or I wanted to go on to be a psychiatrist, but both require you to have medical training, extensive medical training. Cadavers and dissections don't bother me. I don't know why, but ask me to put a catheter in an 86-year-old man, and I'm like, nope, I'm done, changing my degree. Sorry, bye. Yeah, that was the straw for me. Literally the straw for me. Oh, I got jokes. No, I don't have the stomach for it. So kudos to that actually do have the stomach for it. You didn't mean to scare you. No, it's okay. I know you didn't mean to scare me. I know you didn't mean to at all. So don't take it the wrong way. I just am a little bit, the closer I get, the more freaked out I am. And it's because of 4 failed surgeries. When you go through 4 failed surgeries in a period of 8 months, like the last whole year of my life has been in and out of a hospital. And don't, I really, like, I don't have, like, you know, obviously the best, you know, kind of, the best, oh, gut feeling about it just because of bad experiences. But hopefully this time is better if I go through with that. So it's all good. Anyways, okay, so let us get back to some of the trial. Let's see here. This is another thing too. Throughout the trial, you'll notice that, very nice to see you live again. Thank you. I really appreciate it. It's nice to see you guys too. I know it's not like, you know, a ton of you guys. I know it's different. I know the platforms, like, but at least we're, you know, we're trucking through, we're making the best of it. People try to get you down, they try to stop things, they try to be in a world full of Amber turds, be Johnny Depp. Someone tries to stop you and prevent you from doing something and create this narrative, you just keep going. That's my opinion. So basically Twitch is like Amber Heard. I think that is a wonderful analogy. But he said, I did love my job. You met some amazing people you're still very good friends with. But when I did work at the hospital, don't. I imagine so. It's probably really hard. A lot of people don't talk about the fact that doctors oftentimes struggle with their emotions. They're expected almost. I feel like it's almost unfair. Doctors are expected almost to put aside those feelings, like they're supposed to put aside the humanity of themselves, and they're supposed to be this, you know, professional, straight to the point, medical, you know, this is how it is. And we forget that these are people that have families that, you know, connect with those that they care about, their patients and stuff. I think there's often a misconception of all the doctors out there having this God complex, and that's not true. There are indeed those that have a true connection with their patients, and they love what they do. They're in it for the right reason, and they struggle very much so. Are you posting on Insta and Twitter that you're live on YouTube? Just wondering. I have not posted on Insta or Twitter that I'm live right now. I guess I could. I guess I could do that. I also have been a little bit freaked out in going live ever since that crazy chick started harassing me. I'm sure some of you guys saw what I posted in Discord. I just, that woman is one level of crazy I was not prepared to deal with, you guys. Let's see. Oh, good lord. Spell it right. We will do this. Boom. Tweet. There we go. All right, sorry. I hate ignoring you guys to post something on social, so that's why I feel like it's rude. I think it's rude. I feel like I'm blocked for it. Yeah, I figured it was you, Kenny. I remember you said so. I am trying to. I know some of you guys have a different name than you do on Twitch, so I am actively trying to make note of that. And for the most part, I've been doing pretty good. Can you block those crazy Moabs seem to be everywhere? Man, I'm telling you, it's insane because that's another thing that bothers me is when someone is able to post libel about you when they're able to defame defame you pretty much on certain platforms. It's baffling that she actually created a fake husband for her fake account. So she pretended to be someone else and actually created a fictitious husband for the fake person she created, and then accused me of going after the fake husband of the fake person she was. Like that. Are women getting more insane? Like, is there an insanity crisis that's going on? Do we need to? Yeah, that's another thing too. And then of course she got some of her friends involved. One of them was a real estate agent in Dallas, which don't worry you guys, because her deciding to do what she did means that I now get to go to the Real Estate Board of Professional Conduct and report her. You see, bitches, this is exactly why if you're going to act like a complete and utter high school student and talk about people and harass them online without knowing them, and then say things that are not true about them online, when I screenshot that and then I send it to your employer and your professional boards that you have to report to, it can impact your careers. And when that happens, you have to face those consequences. So it's not just this, oh, yes, I am absolutely for real. I am absolutely doing that because it is not right. I'm sorry, but if you are laid up in bed 3 days post your nose job and you have nothing better to do than go and harass someone that you don't know online, um, you're damn right. I am going to hold you accountable for your actions. Absolutely. Because people don't deserve that. And people need to know that what they do and how they conduct themselves online can greatly impact them because there are repercussions for that behavior. It was pretty crazy stuff. Yes, absolutely. Um, do people do this? Yes, people do this. For example, go to the cringe AF section in my Discord. Yeah, he said, I hate Amber Heard so much after I saw that video. I feel so bad for him. I feel bad for him too, but not so much at the moment because obviously people are starting to understand what went on. They're starting to be more supportive. It's unfortunate that he had to go through this and he had to deal with this kind of hardship for a period of his life, but it you have to count your blessings, and it's one of those things where at least he is fortunate enough that he is in a position where people will be exposed and the lies will be exposed. Not everybody gets justice in this world. There are a lot of people that are victims that don't have an opportunity to speak up. There are people, both men and women, who have been victims of domestic violence who never get their day in court because unfortunately it's too late for them. And I know that this case is not about the domestic violence part. It's not about, there's no one of them will go to jail based on, evidence. It's more specifically for the defamation of character. But at least when it comes down to what occurred that led up to this, people will know his side of the story. He will have a voice in that because, again, not everyone gets that opportunity. Look at the big case that went on with Gabby Petito and Brian Laundrie. She was a victim of domestic violence. She was killed by her boyfriend, She never got an opportunity to stand up in court and say, hey, this guy did this to me, this guy hit me, it progressively got worse. And because he took those secrets to the grave, because he went out like a coward, you know, there's someone that will never get that sense of justice. At least Johnny is getting an opportunity to speak for himself in court, and people are able to see what a absolute psychopath Amber Heard is. You said, but to go and do all that shit and for what? Because people are petty, and unfortunately, when they have something that's gone wrong in their life, they want to. It's so crazy when people are elevated. A lot of the times, they're so focused on themselves that maybe they'll want to elevate those around them. But it's like when people focus, like, you never really see a lot of good reviews. You only see people that want to talk a lot when there's something bad to talk about. And so that's why you tend to see bad reviews, because people get angry and they feel like their voice is not heard, they feel ignored, and then they want to drag everyone down with them. So that is what that was, is that there was someone out there, they had a very bad experience, they found me online and they were like trying to tell me their story. I said, look, I don't want to listen to it. I don't need the negativity in my life right now. Please refrain from contacting me. Do not message me. I don't want to. I'm sorry this happened to you, but I don't want to hear about it. She continued. After a while, I was like, look, leave me alone, leave me at peace, not interested. And I should have just blocked her then and there. But you guys know me, and that Italian temper came out, and I called her a word because she would not. That's the thing, you guys. I should not have to play mother to people. If I say stop contacting me, that person needs to go, you know what? I don't know them. They asked me to stop contacting them. I'll stop contacting them. That is what an adult would do. That is what someone with who's right in the head would do. Or even someone that's just a little bit angry, but they're like, you know what? All right, fine, whatever. They're not interested. Move along. The fact that she continued to say what she was saying to me, despite multiple times me telling her not to do it, I eventually called her a word. It was not a very nice word. In fact, it was probably the worst word that you could call a woman. And because of it, it instigated her, it provoked her, it caused her to rage more, and I should have just blocked her, but I felt like, why do I have to be mom and stop it myself? But she got infuriated, and then she went and took what happened, and she apparently told other people, and those other people decided to, without knowing the whole situation or story, come and attack me without knowing who I am. It's the whole thing is in Discord. You can see it, you can read through it, make your own determination, which you should always do. I'm just gonna go out on a limb though and tell you, though, in this case, I'm right. I'm fucking right. So there's that. So sometimes you just have to stand up and show that it just, well, yes, that's also true. He said, note to self, don't, yes, it's not the best thing. I don't want to boast about it, but I will say I'm a pretty patient person, and I'm pretty level, and I will, if I tell someone very calmly, like if you out of nowhere start bombarding me with messages and you start throwing out all this stuff and you're sending me grotesque pictures that I did not want to see, and I asked very politely, I said, hey, that's very unfortunate. I'm sorry this happened to you. I have done my research. I am going to use this doctor more than likely. I am entitled to my own experience, decision, all this stuff. Another thing is, I don't want someone coming at me and talking about anything that's related to my medical condition if I have not already instigated it, because it's none of their damn business. So there's that. There's also the fact that, you know, I really was not interested in her negativity. I did not need that mindset at the moment. There's a lot of stuff I got to get done before I leave to go out of town and undergo all this, and I did not want that. I asked her repeatedly to stop, and for me, if you violate me saying no, that's not okay. If another female says, hey, stop, please respect me enough to stop, please stop, I'm asking you nicely to please stop. If you do not stop, I will report this. If you continue to do this, I will do this. Like, I only give so many passes before I break and the inner rage comes out. And I did. I unfortunately called her a name, was not appropriate. I should have realized that she was not in the right mind. But the fact that she created a alternate ID just to harass me and then created another alternate ID just to harass me, she actually created, the thing is though, it's when you create fake accounts and all of your fake accounts are linked back to the original one, and they all showcase that they're from Houston, and they all have the exact same follows and everything, like, and then they all link back to you, you done messed up. You done messed up, because I actually am capable of putting two and two together. And I was able to find a lot of stuff that showcased that she was not telling the full story, and that she obviously has way too much time on her hands. So there's that. But it's not okay. It's not okay for people to create a fictitious person and then create a fictitious husband for that fictitious person and then make an accusation that I went after their fake husband. Not even their fake husband, the character they made up's fake husband. Same IP address as well. Yes, that would also be a big giveaway. You are correct, sir. So, yes, all stemming back to the same IP address in Houston. Yes, not too bright, that girl, but hey, it is what it is. People out there are ridiculous. But we'll get back to the trial here now. So I know some of you guys, if you're tuning in, you're like, oh, I want to hear more about the trial. We'll get to that. He said for fuck's sake. I know. It didn't help though. So her wish list actually had, yeah, you know, some stuff on it, which again, you can see that all in Discord. All right. One of the things that I'll focus on when we get through this, you guys, is that Amber at multiple points in the trial, if you notice, her mouth starts to upturn as though she's about to smile. And that's when you'll see her start to bite on her cheek. She'll start to move her tongue around. She'll start to bite on the inside of her cheek. She'll start to try to purposely manipulate her tongue to keep herself from smiling. We don't hear a lot about this in Denmark. Ah, gotcha. So there's a possibility that Elon will take the stand in the case. I know that he was called to, but based on things that have been said, I do not believe that he will. You said it would be hilarious if the lawyers instead ask him questions about Twitter. Oh, she definitely has to tell. And she cracks a couple of times, and she smiles when audio is played of Johnny Depp recalling times when he was abused by her. So it's no different, as I said, than when a criminal, for example, Ted Bundy, when you would talk about his crimes to him, or when he was in court and people would talk about what happened to the victim and stuff, he would smile. He would often smile. And his smile was because people such as himself get off or get excited when reliving the violence. And that is exactly what she does here. When she's put in a situation where they recall the acts of violence that occurred on her against Johnny, she actually smiles. And it's really no different than criminals that they hurt someone and then they take their ID or they take some kind of little memento to recall what they did to that victim. That's exactly what she's doing. She's listening to the audio of when she assaulted Johnny and he's talking about it. She smiles because she is enjoying reliving that moment. And hey, what's up, by the way, Coco? Yeah, she is completely a sociopath. She has multiple traits that, and like I said, stem from the Dark Triad. So the Dark Triad, if you look at like a basic kind of graph, you have like a pyramid, and you have, or you can even have three circles if you want to look at it that way. And oftentimes the three circles, if you were to conjoin them, to showcase that there are interlapping traits. She has a lot of traits that stem from the Machiavellianist category and the narcissist category. So for me, it's the fact that she's showcasing from some of the other categories shows that she is clearly on that spectrum of malevolent personalities. So evil tendencies, evil personality traits. You said, and after that we only see and hear about, oh gosh, yeah. Yeah, so another thing is that she actually, here's my thing. Aside from, she was arrested back in September of 2009 for domestic violence against her partner at the time. So the woman that she was married to at the time, actually voiced, she stood up for herself. She was able to say, hey, yes, I am a victim of domestic violence. Amber Heard, assaulted me. This is something that she has a record for. It is shown and it is showcased that she has committed acts of violence against her partners in the past, whereas Johnny has not. Typically, especially someone of Johnny's age, and this is not to be ageist at all, but typically someone at Johnny's age, if they were to be an abuser, there would be an established pattern by now. At this point, given his adulthood, given the things he's gone through in life, if he had a pattern of abusive behavior, it would have made headlines, it would have been showcased, it would have been knowledge in some sort of degree, there would have been a partner that's spoken out. There is no evidence to that. If anything, it's to the contrary. It's to showcase that he has been a very gentle and, if anything, a very good partner, whereas Amber has an actual arrest record and history of committing acts of violence against her partners. Amber's lawyer was berating Johnny today. Yeah, Johnny's lawyers objecting back to back to back. It was almost, the thing that was comical was that Amber's lawyer kept trying to find a way to rephrase the same question again and again and again. And it's like, okay, come on. If this is all you got, like, dude, you can rephrase it however much you want. It's not, Johnny ever did shit for a writer. Exactly. If Johnny had a pattern or a history of behaving this way, at the age of 57, 58, there would have been at least one other person. The same thing with those that, have an established pattern of abuse in other areas, such as like pedophilia. Now, is it 100%? No, there are some people that escape the cracks, or they use their position to get away. But more often than not, there's something that is caught. There's someone that will speak up. There are voices out there. There are people that will, anonymously report. None of the such has come up against him. And that would have been apparent. So the fact that she not only has a history of abuse when it comes to her own domestic partners, she has a history of abuse with her own family. I'm going to show you guys a video clip here in just a second where on a show her sister was on. Her sister is talking about, I don't really want to get into the details, she's supporting bruises of when Amber Heard whooped her own sister's butt. And I'm not talking about that, like brother kind of, oh, we were just wrestling, mom. I'm talking about they were grown women and she beat the hell out of her sister. I'm sorry, but for me, if anyone ever even thought about touching my sister, they would not be without a cast for very long. That is not meant to be a threat. That is not meant to be something wherein it's like, oh, you're violent, you're condoning violence. But I will say this, I have always been protective of my family. I actually did come from a home wherein there was abuse, and I stood up for my mother and my sister on multiple occasions. I don't want to get too deep into that, but I will say that those who are naturally protective, those who are victims of violence, they don't go on to hurt people that are close to them. If anything, they keep a very tight-knit circle and they become very protective. They don't want to see the same abuse befall them. And for me, learning that she actually beat up her own sister as an adult, and that her sister was terrified to come forward or terrified to speak out against it, that to me shows that she has absolutely no regard for boundaries. She has no regard for those that are supposed to be supportive in her life. She will destroy and just beat anyone in her way that she wants to. Like, there's no sense of loyalty, nothing. It's pretty disgusting. You never go after family, exactly, unless that family has been abusive to you. But this is a younger sister that was in no place or position to be aggressive towards her. So it's more of just like someone putting someone else in their place. So her thing is very much a power move. You said Amber's lawyer ultimately kept reading titles about Johnny's acts on tabloids. They have nothing on him. Yeah, and did you actually see? Okay, so Johnny's face whenever they hand him that stack of tabloids, and he's like, "Thank you." It's pretty funny. So let's maybe I can. I know the volume is pretty crappy, you guys. I apologize in advance. We will try to get some of this worked out. Let's see. You saw the whole thing. Ah, you watched the entire trial. Nice. May actually look for a video clip that I was watching earlier. And real quick, too, I would like to point out something. You said you gotta do morning stuff. I understand. Later, dude. We'll be lurking. Gotcha. So here's another thing. People often don't understand that there is something called gallows humor or dark humor. And people, in an attempt to deflect the pain that they're feeling, or to deflect the sense of powerlessness in their relationship or their life, they will often employ a very sarcastic sense or a very dark sense of humor, what I also refer to as gallows humor. Has he indeed texted some, pretty, what others would see as vulgar things about his ex? Yes. But I would like to just say here that if we're truly being honest with ourselves, I know that maybe some of you want to pretend that you're these goody two-shoes, but what he said about the person that berated him, that threw things at him, that made false accusations against him, that abused him, that admitted to hitting him, who actually cheated a children's cancer hospital out of the funds that she promised them, the things that he said about her were really not that bad. I have said things about some of my exes that would make Johnny's text messages look like a nursery rhyme. And I say that as someone that has been with some people that were really lousy and really rotten. Because of some of the things that I went through growing up, I tended to gravitate towards partners that were not the best of people. And it brought out at times a part of me that was not so good either. So, not to place blame and be like it's this and that. I think that both parties, you kind of have to look at, could I have been better at this? Could I have done this? Absolutely. I have said things about my exes that are honestly would probably make Hunter S. Thompson blush. And that's saying quite a bit. It's one of those things where if we're really being honest about ourselves, we have all at some point or another texted someone something pretty vulgar or nasty about someone else. That is not evidence of somebody being an abuser. somebody having a sense of dark humor, gallows humor, or saying like, let's burn the witch. Like, I see worse comments being made on Twitch every day. I see worse comments being posted on, one female's Instagram to another's every day. And these are comments that are made by people that don't even know the other person. I can only imagine if you go through that level of defamation, of hurt, of cheating, of lying, of abuse, of drug fueled nights, the both of them, and trying to get clean while this person is just belittling you and destroying your life. I imagine that what I would say would be 10 times worse than the text message that he presented. He said, I'm so over job burn running around nonstop. Oh, sorry to hear that, Nomad. He said, if someone goes after my family or girlfriend, I'm going to kick their butt and make them wish they hadn't. I'll do anything to protect the ones I love. And that's how I am. And that's how I am even of my older sister. My older sister, I have talked about this on stream before, wherein I was at a party once. I was much younger. My sister is 10 years older than me. And I was at a party. I was drinking when I was not at an age when I should have been. And there were people there that were much older than myself. And there was a very cocky guy there who wanted to make it clear that he was a Marine, and he kept going on, oh, I know your sister, and he kept saying things about my sister, and I kept saying, look, you want to stop, you want to stop saying that about my sister. And me being younger and a little bit spunkier, I laid hands on him, and it took 3 grown men to get me off of him. That is the level of protection I feel towards my sister. The fact that she actually put hands on her sister and she intimidated her own family members says a lot about how lousy her character is. And it says just how violent she has been for years and years and years. He said, you've dated a lot of horrible girls who've done far worse things to me than just cheat on me. You're not ashamed to admit that. The things that I've said about a majority of my ex-girlfriends were not nice. Exactly. And that's the point I make. Like, people that vent in that way oftentimes are trying to regain a sense of power because they have been made to feel so weak and so belittled by the person that has been physically and emotionally abusing them that they want to joke in a way. They want to have like that dark or that gallows sense of humor and joke about what's happened because it's kind of their coping mechanism. But the way in which they joke, like a darker kind of sense of humor, it's also a way for them to slowly make things okay in their world again, because it's almost like they're taking little steps or little pieces back in their life and feeling a little bit more powerful or in control or able to vent or voice their concerns about someone that hurt them deeply. And when we do that, that is a healthy outlet for anger and rage. Talking to a friend and venting to a friend via text message, it's not a threat. It is not a connection to who he was and how he acted. If anything, it shows that this is a person who, instead of confronting someone, instead of hurting someone, they choose instead to seek out a friend they trust and talk to them openly and vent to them openly and say certain things that allow them to feel like, okay, I've said what I needed to say, it's off my chest. It's not meant to truly be something in which it's a real threat. It, again, is oftentimes them going to a friend and allowing themselves to decompress in a way that allows them to move forward and allows them to do so without being violent and without being, confrontational. Yeah, you said Johnny said the burn the witch and drown her was from Monty Python, and it was an inside joke, yes, with Paul Bettany. And that's absolutely true, because if you go back and you look at some of the work that has inspired him, some of the work that he's familiar with, and you look at, the fact that that line is used in the movie, it absolutely, again, it stems back to someone being able to utilize humor as a means to decompress and as a means to unload a great sense of pain. Um, it's not uncommon for people like that, if they go to a situation wherein they're like at a funeral or something, and somebody says something that reminds them of something silly with that person, they may chuckle a little bit, and someone may say, "Oh, that behavior or that saying that or doing that at a funeral is just completely." People have different ways of processing hurt. They have different ways of getting over things, and honestly, saying a couple of things about an ex-wife that abused you, that hurt you, that took your money, that invited other guys back to the place to screw just as an FU, like, that's really not that bad. Just going to a friend and saying, "Hey, like, yeah, let's burn her," like, that's unloading, that's venting, that's getting things off your chest to a friend. It's not calling someone and telling them, "Hey, how do I get my reputation back because it's all ruined and it's all your fault and I have nowhere to stay unless you do this." And she Amber Heard actually would tell people that she had nowhere else to go, which I don't know if you're familiar, but there's quite a few women's shelters and other resources available to those in Los Angeles. And I know it's not quite as posh as her place, but here's my thing. If you have no friends or connections in Los Angeles that will allow you to stay there, what does it say about your character? If you have no family that's willing to take you in, what else does that say? And now if you have no friends and no family and no connections and no acquaintances, and you have truly nowhere else to go, and for some reason you've made all this money from movies and endorsements and deals, and where that went, who the hell knows? I think it went up her nose. Speculation, yes, but there are videos that showcase behavior that would be seen as someone that is highly intoxicated on something. Who knows? But it could be that she spent all her money on posh things. It could be that she spent all her money on plastic surgery. It could be that she spent all her money on drugs or all of the above. Who knows? We all know that the money was not spent on a children's cancer hospital, which she promised to. So there's that. We know where it didn't go. But for someone to say they have no other resources or anything, there are shelters for women. You can call a number in the middle of the night and they will drive an unmarked car to you. You can get in, you take the food off your like the clothes off your back, the food on you, and they will take you somewhere safe. And those resources are more available in areas that she was in than other areas. And instead of going, "You know what? It's not posh, it's not lavish, it may be a little bit embarrassing given my title, but it's better than being abused," she didn't. Not one bit. Not one bit. Not did she never called an abuse hotline. She never went to a shelter. She never looked to explore opportunities. She didn't even take the money she had to go to a hotel for a few days. Like, if your comfortability in a posh lifestyle and a penthouse is more important, then exactly how severe was this abuse? You said she'd rather record Johnny and use that to take his money. Exactly. And that's another thing. He started to realize that a lot of his money was disappearing. And if you are a quote unquote self-made woman in Hollywood where you're making films and you're getting, royalties and you're getting paid and you're getting like, a couple of million per movie, are you not investing in it? Are you not investing? Are you not, actively being smart? Like, could you not have used some of the money that you had to at least get a little hotel or little apartment or condo or something? Like, you're really telling me that you had absolutely no other options or alternatives, no family, no friends, no, Roach Motel, nothing? That's what's so hinky about it to me. You said, "I hate Amber so much, the fact that she knows that society takes..." But that's the thing that's not true, Nomad. Society does not actually take the side of a woman 9 out of 10 times because of situations like this. because of this. 9 out of 10 times, women that are actually undergoing abuse where they're getting like beaten, or they're experiencing financial abuse, some kind of psychological, verbal, whatever kind of abuse, they may not always have a video recording or a body cam footage or things like that. And what she is doing is undermining all the hard work that has gone into trying to allow these women to be believed. 9 out of 10 times, unless the woman actually has like recorded footage on her, which a lot of times women that are in situations where they're being battered and abused, their spouse is so controlling and wants to keep them in that position that they will take their phone. So these women, even if they do record something, they're usually the recording is deleted, the partner destroys their phone, or the woman is too terrified to record in fear of being caught. So a lot of the times women are not believed, and it's because people like her lie, and it undermines all the hard work, all the activism, every little bit that is gone so that women actually feel safe and stepping up and going, hey, by the way, you know, this is what happened. And guys will go, oh yeah, I'm sure it did, where's your proof? And it's sad. It's really sad, because and the more that people like this are allowed to get away with it, unless we truly enact punishments for people that lie, that pretend, that do this, people are still going to be hesitant to believe other women when they step forward based upon the evidence they have. He said she definitely wanted money, otherwise she would not have kept the settlement money. Exactly. I don't even think that she had all of the money. Yeah, you said charity, what charity? So, if you guys are not up to date on this, one of the reasons why that judge actually sided with Amber is because he said, oh, well, she's planning on donating all the money to charity. Why would she possibly be doing this? How could she be lying if she's not getting any of the money? The judge actually said that. He actually said, well, if she's not, getting any of the money, if she's donating it all, then why would she lie? So she duped the judge, and to this day, that children's cancer hospital has still not heard back from her. She still did not give the money that was promised. The patients, the children that would have benefited from that money, the things that were expected to be purchased to provide better care for them, gone. And it's one thing to lie about, oh yeah, man, I gotcha, I'll return that $20. I'm good for it, man. Just let me borrow that 20 and I'll give it to you. It's a completely other thing to promise millions of dollars to a children's cancer hospital and then go, hey, by the way, deuces, and then never respond to their messages or anything. So seriously, it's unbelievable that the judge would make a decision basically on trusting her. Where are the facts, buddy? That's something that you can read into if you want to, or something I can cover later on in a different video. He said Amber is just like Jada, washed up and getting off their significant other. She is pretty washed up. She's looking rough. And I don't know if she's looking rough on purpose or if like all of her lies coming out is starting to really mess with her. He said, I feel like the judge got something out of it. Oh, I'm sure the judge, she has a lot of like Machiavellianist and narcissistic tendencies. I wouldn't put it past her to do certain favors for the like 80-year-old judge that issued that. So you're gonna go to bed, you and your girlfriend Sophia are celebrating 1 year. Oh, that's awesome. Congrats to you too. Oh, hopefully many more years to come, you guys. Congrats. Bye. He said he probably did. Who knows? Judges should take all sides like that. Well, it's ridiculous that someone would actually go, oh, there's no possible. I bet he feels super salty right now. I wish, you know what? I wish that they would bring this judge. Why is he on the lineup? Man, that would be, oh, they should totally bring that judge and be like, hey, would you have issued a different verdict if you knew? Or it'd be like, how do you feel about her not donating the full money? That, oh, that would be, oh, I would love to see her face when that judge asks her what happened to that money. Oh, I wish they would bring him. That's really ticks you off when a judge, he's supposed to be upholding the law, decides to do it with trust. I know. It's pretty backwards. I want to say, well, we can get to that in a minute. Let's see. Mm. Mm. Really good to see you again. Oh, what's up, Chris? Good to see you too. He said she definitely did favors. I'm so happy the new Fantastic Beasts movie bombed. You hope that. Did you see that there's actually a petition on change.org? Which, if you haven't signed it already, sign it. There's a petition on change.org that already has 2 million signatures to boycott and cancel Aquaman 2 and remake it without her. It is typical that public servants forget their oath they took to get into the position. Well, it's ridiculous that a judge would actually allow something like that to sway them. I know that was a little bit different because this had to do with this actually took place in the UK. And it was a judge in the UK that did this. And I want to say it was more of like something that happened with like not even like a jury kind of thing. It was like a small. He said, hopefully this isn't Mahomes and Britney in a few years. Oh my gosh, why would you? Why would you do this? It's totally gonna be. Except that I highly doubt that Mahomes's chick is gonna get some side dudes. Ugh. He said it's, yeah. So now they're making him, in this clip, they had made him recount the fact that he was drinking heavily, more than likely to cope with the abuse, more than likely to cope with the verbal and psychological abuse that he was facing from Amber, and also the physical that he was facing from her. Oftentimes, it is very common for those who are victims of abuse to look for a coping mechanism because it's something that they can actually control in their lives. For some people, it's food, and you'll see this with people that suffer from anorexia or bulimia or another sort of issue wherein they do something to try and feel like they actually have control or power in their lives again, and it's a coping mechanism to deal with this kind of thing. And it's not uncommon for people that are victims of abuse to spiral into a world of drowning that abuse with drugs or alcohol. And I think that what this lawyer is trying to do is try and make it seem like, oh, this guy that's, always on drugs and boozing, it almost feels like this 1950s kind of mentality, like, oh, this guy is a drugger and an abuser of the hooch and the booze, and it's just like it's ridiculous. And it's like they're trying to make it seem as though him boozing and doing drugs is the causation of his supposed alleged behavior and not actually a result of him being abused. What's up, Tactical Gamer? What's up, Doom? How you doing? He said it definitely will be without the pirate theme. Well, the thing is, they discovered that apparently he was set to actually write, like do some writing for Pirate 6, but because of Amber Heard, that never happened. He said definitely without the pirate theme. Oh my gosh. Yeah, but I don't think that Brittany Mahomes could pull like Tesla clout. The Rottenborn is just trying to make him look like an ass by showing his personal text. You can do that to every single person if you wanted. I know, like, you could go through my text messages right now, and if you read something in a certain way without the context behind it, you'd be like, God, you're a bitch. Like for example, the girl that attacked me on social media out of nowhere that came into my inbox that was doing all this stuff, and I asked her politely several times to stop. I said, please stop doing this, please stop reaching out to me. I'm not interested in what's going on. I don't need this negativity. Please take that elsewhere. Multiple times I had been very polite, but I finally snapped and I said, F you, C word. And that's not exactly how I would normally react, but because she got very aggressive and then she started wishing all these horrible things, I took the bait. I did. I had a moment of weakness and I took the bait and I said something really vulgar to her instead of just blocking her like I should have. And that's what Amber did. She pushes buttons, she pushes buttons, she pushes buttons. She said these things, she did these things. But instead of looking at that, we just see the moments wherein he finally was pushed to a point where he reacted. And it was never a point where he actually got physical. It was a point where he said words. He tried to hurt her with words in the way that she did with him after provoking him so much. Oh, thank you, Tactical. Did you notice how annoying Rotten Porn is with saying, did I read that right? Did I read that right? Johnny's so over him. I think he's so over the whole thing, and I don't blame him. I don't blame him at all. Like, I'm sorry, but me personally, when I'm 57 years old, if I even make it that far, the last thing I want to do, especially if I have a extensive career with notable achievements, awards, accolades. I've built a life for myself after coming from nothing. No, I mean, I guess you could say so, yeah, heretic. Except nobody's injected steroids in their hand to make it too big to fit into a glove. Not yet. Not yet. Um, I do like the fact not a lot of people caught this, you guys. I said everyone knows the bitch is guilty, but she gets off. No, I don't think she will. I don't think she will. You're being too negative, heretic. We still got some moments to go to get to her, and I think it's gonna be interesting. But here's another thing. So the time when the attorney questions Johnny about the lipstick in the mirror, people don't realize this, but the photo that was originally taken is different because she writes over it. And in one photo, there's a towel, and then in another photo, the towels are missing. So clearly she staged the photo, and that is determined based on the fact that in one of them there's a towel, and then in the other one there's no towels, and then there's a pair of panties. So she literally like took a shower, edited stuff, or either like swapped some stuff out to make it look like, oh, this was much worse, and pretty much was responsible for the set design of her own fake photos. And when he goes to, Johnny actually says the word napkin, which I don't believe it was a napkin. It looked like a towel or a pair of underoos. But when he goes to talk about this, the lawyer shuts him down. And it's like, why is that not being, why is it not like, hey, let's talk about this for a second? Why is the photo altered? Why is there a different picture? Why is there a time lapse in between it? And in that time lapse, there's added content to what's going on. He said there's one recording they played that Johnny literally said to Amber, I'm walking away from this anger. I'm walking away from this anger we're having with each other now. And Amber kept picking and picking. It's exactly it. And that's one of the clips that I want to get to, because he literally, during all of these conversations, is the one walking away. And yet she's like, oh shit, I actually need him because I need his money or I need his clout. I better keep picking at him to keep him here. She's actually trying to keep him around to continue to victimize him. This isn't a paternity trial, so this has nothing to do with moms or dads. Did you play the throat clip yet? I did not play the throat clip yet. That's what happened when your mom and dad happened to court. Oh, gotcha. But that's a completely different thing. That's a whole different subject and a whole different kind of court. So it said Vader Kane somehow won custody of his kid. Oh man. Sleep could be one of them. I wasn't passed out, dude. I was sleeping. Um, he said it was so important for people to hear why Johnny keeps walking away from her. Basically, his own dad would do that when her mom would unleash her anger on. Yeah, just unlikable person. Well, yes, very unlikable. And her whole like, and that's another thing. He was like passed out. Okay, like I was asleep, and that's another thing. If someone is truly passed out, and you know that they're having an issue with drugs or alcohol, why would your first instinct be to take a photo instead of ensuring that that person is okay and that they have help, like they have access to healthcare in the event that they need it? If someone is to a point where they're passed out and again, you know that they are struggling with, drugs or alcohol, your first instinct shouldn't be taking a photo like a high school party. That's like the people that's like, back when you're like, 18 and you're at a party and you're drinking for the first time and someone passes out and you're like, "Oh, you know what we should totally do? We should draw a ball sack on his forehead and take a picture." Like that is the mentality. That is the mentality of her. Oh, tactical, shut up. This is not about someone's attractiveness, and to be quite frank, there's nothing attractive about someone that's an abuser. That should factor in absolutely zero in this conversation. If you want to go on some Hollywood site and talk about whether someone is attractive or not, cool, but this discussion is not about whether someone looked good in a movie. Especially because the only reason they look good in that movie is based on a lot of filters and Photoshop and post film editing. That's the only reason. You said, "Oh, it's hilarious." Ron Bohr kept saying passed out, blackout. Johnny was like, I was sleeping." Yes, exactly. He said that's the problem, that her physical appearance. I don't think her physical appearance will get her out of this. She looks like, I'm sorry, you guys, she looks like crap. She looks like crap right now. Her face looks like bloated. Her eyebrows are like not even because I'm sure that she's had to make some cuts in her life since leaving Johnny Depp. And I'm sure that she can't quite get the best Botox that she used to be able to, but she's not looking so great. She looks miserable. Yeah, she does. You said that should not play a part in court. Absolutely. That should never factor in. Someone's attractiveness should never factor in when it comes to getting justice or there being a decision made. Yeah. You said probably a tactic by the prosecution. It could very well be. They could kind of be trying to make her look like a woman that's dealt with the rough and tumble life of a woman that's been battered and abused and trying. I mean, that could completely be their tactic, but if anything, I think the tactic that would have been better is make her look really good. Like, we all know that when a woman gets out of a bad relationship and she's doing her own thing, she always looks good. We always, you guys, when we're single or we're out of a bad relationship and we're in a good relationship, we start looking hella good. We start looking fine AF. But that to me just says that she's like been through the ringer and she lost the best thing that she had in her life. You said those bags in her eyes can easily disappear, but they go in the victim route. They're absolutely trying to go the victim route, which, by the way, it was already proven. The makeup in question that she supposedly used around her face to cover up all the bruises. Milani came out and said that the makeup kit that they held up was not even created until 2017. Is it not abuse but defamation pretty much? Well, yeah, the whole thing is that the defamation is about the alleged abuse, so it does go hand in hand in this case, absolutely. She said, yeah, she's losing money. I don't think she really cared about any. She never cared. The thing is, it's not that she didn't just care about Johnny, which, hello, by the way, Kevin. It's the fact that she didn't care about her partner before him. She has continued to use both men and women in order to propel her career. So the woman that she dated back in 2009, in which she has a record, yes, she actually has a record of domestic violence back in 2009 against her wife at the time. She used her. Her wife at the time was an up and coming photographer in Los Angeles. She manipulated and married her to get connections, to get farther, to propel her career. Then she met Johnny, and after that, she used him and used his connections to propel her career and to continue to get ahead. And then she abused him, and she continued to do that. She is a classic Machiavellianist. She is a narcissist. Sure, she has narcissistic tendencies. She looks towards people to use them to propel herself. And that is why she doesn't care whether they're male or female. She doesn't care, what any of that is in regards. She will use whoever she can in order to try to propel herself and get ahead. She has absolutely no soul and no feeling. He said this will be a documentary in 2024. Maybe. That would be interesting. He said, well, yeah, why record and take pictures at Johnny's worst instead of helping him? And that's the thing too. If I see someone that's hurting or that's not doing well, my first instinct is not to take a photo of them and to keep that. Like, what is that proof of? If anything, it showcases that she probably took a photo of it and then sent it to someone and said, oh, ha ha ha, he's passed out, like, as a joke. Like, that's not something that you do if you truly care about someone. You don't sit there and you take photos of them at their worst if you really love them, because you don't want them to recall moments when they're at their worst. You want to recall moments when they're at their best, and that gives you hope that things will continue to go and grow. But no, she does not go that route. She hasn't lost all her sponsors, though. L'Oreal is still sponsoring her butt. That's probably the only makeup she can get her hands on these days, L'Oreal. And whatever else she can find that someone's thrown out of her. I wish I would throw my best makeup out of my purse at her, and that's saying a lot, you guys. Because I got some makeup in there. It's like $65 for foundation. I don't know why I do it, but I do. So I would throw my Armani makeup at her so hard. Again, speculation, not an actual threat. Don't ban me, YouTube. I'm not actually saying I would ever come in contact with her, but just saying. It could happen. Maybe. Not maybe. No. Anyways, alright. Where do we get to the, let's see if I can fast forward through here. You see, she's smiling. She's freaking, she keeps smiling when he talks about articles or moments in which she committed acts of abuse against him. You guys saw the corners of her mouth coming up. You guys saw it. She continues to do this as he talks about moments of abuse throughout the trial. Only psychopaths get off when they hear their victims retell the abuse that they made them suffer. I mean, she's still smiling, and she's trying to... She's like, oh shit, the camera's looking. Mm. 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 She's doing everything she can to actually suck in parts of her face to keep from smiling. She's smiling because she's drawing stick figures with weenies to pretend she's taking notes. No, she's trying to learn the alphabet so she can spell her name. She's like, I can't wait until I can officially change my name to Amber Turd. And then I can at least make money off of the royalties from that. So this t-shirt's probably selling everywhere. Did you see the action figure? So, just so you guys are aware, if you have not already, there is an Amber Turd action figure that is being sold. And it is a picture of it is an actual realistic looking turd with Amber's face in it. And I believe you can purchase it for $30 off of Etsy. But, I heard that it floats. So, if you guys are looking for a new water toy this summer, you said, didn't Kanye try to claim some catchphrase? I forget the legal term. Seriously, if that's how she looks all the time in public, then I don't know who ever would have discovered for any role ever. Well, I don't know if you've actually gone through and seen some of her earlier work, if you can call it that, but she was in a film that's called Never Back Down. Now, in Never Back Down, she was a lot heavier. And by a lot heavier, I mean she was thick. Thick. But this is also before she started doing coke, so, you know, there's that. Let's see. First of all, let's find the Amber Turd action figure. Wait, can you guys see that? Okay. Where'd it go? Ah, here we go. So you should be able to see that. So yes, get your Amber Turd action figure by Retro Gimmick. Limited supply. You said she was hot. Why'd she lose her curves? Because that body type was not accepted, and still to a lot of links is not accepted in Hollywood. Hollywood, you have to have a certain look, certain body type, a certain frame in order to find success. He said it floats, but can it stay stiff on the bed? He said Cameron Diaz in The Mask. Yeah, she was really hot in that movie. I agree. Talking about Cameron Diaz. Does it smell authentic too? Oh, gross, you guys. Look, that's... You can buy it yourselves and find out. I don't know. I would not want to find out. Like Bengay and whiskey. He said, I think I saw that horror movie. Actually, so one of my Demon, I believe that's how you pronounce his name, or Digimon, Hansu, is actually in that movie, and he was also in Blood Diamonds, and he's really freaking amazing. Like, he's absolutely one of my top 3 favorite actors of all times. So the movie wasn't like that bad for a 2008 film, but obviously she looked a lot different than he said, I know the guy you're referring to. Yeah, he's freaking amazing. Yeah, he was in Gladiator as well. He was also in The Kingsman and a couple of other movies that are just fantastic. Air, he was in Air. He's been a phenomenal actor for years, so. Let's see if I can find, let's see. Yeah, he was in Guardians of the Galaxy as well. Yep, absolutely. He was in several notable films, and he's an incredible actor. He's the only reason that movie was good, so. He kind of reminds me of the guy from Spartacus. Yeah, a little bit, a little bit. But he's just so original in himself. We need to buy all of those turds and mail them to her. No, here's my thing. I think that Hershey should make a candy that's just like that action figure. And I think that all of the proceeds for those that buy it should go to the Children's Cancer Hospital that she never donated the money to that she promised to. Would you date anyone who didn't like Gladiator? No, I don't think I could. I don't think I could. It's one thing if they haven't seen Gladiator, it's another thing if they didn't like it. That would be where I draw the line. That's unacceptable. He said, "Do you think his name was Peter Mensa?" Oh. I hate comparing actors to other actors because then it's just like, yeah, he said nice, seriously, me too. I have standards, damn it, okay? Oh, this is the part where he talks about Disney, it's sad. Even her glasses look like Johnny's. She looks like she looks like Nurse Ratched, which I know some of you guys don't understand the reference. You can always Google it. But she looks like Nurse Ratched. Like she's trying to go for this like ultra conservative, like super buttoned up, like super witchy kind of woman, and it's like, nah, we all know that you're. So by the way, I don't know if any of you guys can find it. I have tried. I think that it got taken down. One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest, yes, absolutely. See, you get it, you understand, man. But yeah, she's got Nurse Ratched vibes. But there was a video on YouTube that was her and a friend recently doing a tasting of Celsius water, and she is clearly messed up in it. Like she is like high AF on something. I don't know what, but it must have been good because she is like messed up, trashy, everything. I can't find the video anywhere. If any of you guys can find the video and send it my way, like if you're able to find the one with Amber Heard and Celsius water where she's doing the taste testing and she's like bashing it and like calling it, you know, like piss water, all this other stuff, like if you can find that video, please send it to me, by the way. How old was she when she pooped on the bed? That was back in 2016. So she's 35. No, she just turned 36. So let's see. 4, 5, 6 years ago. So she was 30. She was 30 years old when she pooped on the bed. Talking about Jack Nicholson, turned 85. Like, man, yeah, but I hear that he's struggling with either Alzheimer's or dementia. I feel, man, bad for him, but hopefully, you know, he seems like he's got a good support system around him, so that's good. He said with no veins. That's so gross. That's so nasty. I listened to the clip they had describing the situation, and he said she was gone to that music festival with her friends. Yeah, he said Bruce Willis too. But Bruce Willis has aphasia. Aphasia is different than Parkinson's with dementia and Alzheimer's. Like Alzheimer's and you know, dementia with Parkinson, like totally different. At least Bruce Willis with Alzheimer's and with dementia, especially if it's brought on by Parkinson's, like Parkinson's induced dementia, at least if he doesn't have those, hopefully his physical ability will, you know, still remain, because with the others they tend to decline on a physical state. Yeah. What's up, Blue? What's going on? You said yeah, Coachella. She came drunk and took a. Well, she did it out of. Apparently, she did it to be spiteful to him, which that's just. You said she was 30. Yes, she was 30. Isn't that a teenager festival? Sounds right. Well, there are people that go that aren't teenagers. Like, I hate to tell you this, but, you know, some of your favorite streamers from Twitch have gone to Coachella. Some of your favorite, like, Rihanna's not a teenager. People that, people that have played there, like Beyonce, Rihanna, a lot of artists that are older and have drawn like a more like mid 20s crowd. He said 30's the new 20. Oh geez. I think even at 20 I would never have left human fecal matter on someone's bed. That's just disgusting. It's a big music festival that happens here. It's in Palm Springs or outside of Palm Springs in California. It happens once a year. It used to be like real like indie kind of festival, but then it caught on and got super popular and tainted by a bunch of douchebags, and now it's Coachella. Takes a special kind of evil to take it down on a bed strong. Well, not just that, but you guys, like, when it comes to spit and piss and fecal matter, that's actually considered a form of assault. Like, she not only, like, the fact that she's one, not grossed out by it, tells me that she is got some screws loose. But two, technically, when you, like, come at someone, whether you, which her assistant specifically said that she spit in her face when she asked for a raise. That assistant could have gone down to the LAPD and said, hey, this woman spit on me. And they could have arrested her for assault. That is another example of assault right there. I'm sorry, but if someone spit on me, if I asked for a raise, I'm telling you right now, they would not be able to use their lips to spit or do any kind of spit motion again. They would be hurting. They would be hurting to try and do that again. I heard that is a king. Well, it used to be kind of like, it didn't used to be like that, but a lot of the stuff that happened at Burning Man became very prevalent at Coachella, yes. He said, if you stay in shape at 40, then yes, definitely 40 than 30. Wait, who? I still got decades, so I'm good. Please tell me the 40 is the new 30 because I'm climbing the ladder for the next few years. Aw, as long as you take care of yourself. It's all about the mentality, man. You said you were in shape at 35, COVID, and then gym closing kind of killed that. Hey, you know what though? The good thing is that you can always go back. You can always get back in shape, you guys. Like, I know this last year has been really rough for me too. This last year I've been in and out of the hospital 4 times. Every time I would get clearance to where I could start working out again, another issue would happen, another failed surgery, more complications. I had to go back. Hopefully this is the last time I have to undergo surgery in May. If it is, gonna get right back on that horse once I heal and start crushing it. And if I can do it, you can do it. You said, but few, I like food. That's okay. You can like food. You can like food. It's just about liking the right food. You can buy healthier, like, you can completely wipe your kitchen, your pantry, everything, and commit to only buying, like, healthy food, like, fresh food. And if you're someone that's, like, you're tempted by the grocery store, man, use Instacart. Like, hold yourself accountable. Like, you know, get it to where someone else is shopping for you. Like, don't allow yourself to bring crap in the house. Don't make that trip to a fast food joint. He said I won't though because I hate cooking for myself. There are, you can actually, like, for example, I told you about Daily Harvest. You can have smoothies, you can have warm meals, you can have like oatmeals and stuff like that. They have food if you want to buy food from a place where you get it, it's delicious. You either put it in a blender, an oven, an air fryer, something, and bada bing, bada boom, you're taken care of, man. You should look at one of those. He said muscle memory. I lost 8 pounds of muscle because of COVID, but getting back is strong. Oh, he said, to be honest, it was nice to reset for your body. And see, we need that sometimes too. I think a lot of times people forget that, like, they go hard in the gym and they really bust their butt and they really get in shape, but you can't have this, like, very low level of body fat forever. You gotta kind of, like, reset and take yourself out of it and then crush it again. Like, you can't just keep doing that to your body forever. Did you try food prepping? For a second, Aidence, I read that and I thought it said try food poisoning. And I was like, you know, that's a really good way to reset, because I know that after I got really bad food poisoning, I didn't really want to eat much for quite some time after that. It's confirmed she loves that guy. Oh, gross, dude, gross. Oh, I bet she does. I bet she is into that. So it works very well. Just gotta do it. Oh my god. Let's see. You remember that you lost 10 pounds when you were sick? Yeah, I lost a lot, and I didn't even have much to lose back then, but I went, okay, so way back in the day, I was helping my sister move apartments, and I hadn't eaten all day because we were like bitching on how to pack stuff up and move it. She has her own way, I have the right way, so we were conflicting a little bit. But it was all good. It was all sisterly love. Afterwards, as a thank you, she decided that she was gonna take me out for Chili's because it was what was near her apartment at the time. And she also was, you know, broke post grad student. So she took me to get Chili's, and we both ate the exact same. It was like a chicken breast with it was like I think it was like a chicken breast salad or something like that. We both got the exact same thing. We had both not eaten anything else all day. Boom, bada bing. We both wake up at the exact same time at night and start fighting over who's gonna throw up where. Because there was one bathroom, and I wanted the toilet, she wanted the toilet. I ended up having to throw up in the bathtub. And she was like, "You're cleaning it afterwards." But it was so bad that we actually had to call my mom. My mom had to come over and drive us to the hospital. I ended up with 3 bags of IV fluid in me. I think my sister got like 1 or 2, but I was down for some time, and man, I'm telling you that I lost my appetite for a good while. He said you couldn't even down chicken noodle for soup for day. Yeah, I was hacking up stomach acid for days, man. That's hilarious. I remember you said you got food poisoning. Well, yeah, see, the first time I ever got food poisoning was this incident with my sister. Never will go back to Chili's again. I legit was in the hospital for a day and a half. I had 3 bags. I was so dehydrated from throwing up by the time I made it to the hospital that they couldn't find like my veins. They had to like go through my hand. And they pumped 3 bags of IV fluid in me in like the first, I forget how long that I was there. He said, "Bro, I got Chili's poisoning too from a chicken." Are you serious? Flame, class action lawsuit. Do not eat Chili's chicken salad. That's exactly what'll do it. And it was salmonella too. Like it was like really, really, really bad. Like really bad. Man, you guys, see, proves my point. No chicken salad at Chili's, you guys. No, not that you guys are planning to go there anytime. Do they even still have Chili's anywhere? I thought they got like shut down. Food poisoning is a good way to lose weight, but man, it sucks. I won't eat at that place again. He said, "This is why I prefer cooking from scratch." Exactly, you guys. Exactly. And I swear to you, I was raised, my parents, they always made homemade meals and never was allowed to go out. It wasn't until me and my sister ventured into the real world and we started having like food that was made for us by other people that we realized that this kind of shit could happen. And the thing that was the worst is like on the way to the hospital, me and my sister, my mom had brought the gallon-sized trash bags that are really thick. She's like, "You better not throw up in my fucking car." And so my sister and I are like basically got the trash bags over our head trying to make sure we don't get anything in my mom's car because she doesn't care how sick we are. She would have whooped all of our asses. So we're like digging into these trash bags, like throwing up on the way there. My mom was like, see, if you guys just would have come over and eat at home, if you just would have come over and had something here, you wouldn't have had this. And I'm like, why are we getting lectured as we're like slowly dying in the backseat of our car? You said cabbage is the killer that can wreck you. I don't think there was cabbage in the salad though. I don't do cabbage. I don't mess with cabbage at all. Cabbage is gross to me. He said, "I don't know, but we still have Applebee's here, and they're probably no better." Yeah, but I never had that kind of experience. He said, "Oh God, you got guilt tripped the whole way to you know what it's like going to the emergency room with like a gallon trash bag around your head as you're puking your guts up. You're literally to the point where you're hacking nothing but stomach acid up, and your mom really thinks that like you want to hear someone, 'You better not get that in my car. I swear to God, if you get that in the car, and this is exactly why you guys should just come home and have something, because this wouldn't happen at home, blah, blah, blah. You know I'm always open. If you want to order,'" oh my God, it was, oh, to this day, my mom swears it's our fault. Is it P.F. Chang's Mongolian beef is at $20? So yeah, going out to eating is expensive now. It's, oh man, is it really? That's ridiculous. He said, "Should have heaved all over the bag." Oh my, I would never do that. You are crazy. You are crazy. No, dude, no. No way. Oh God. You think the car was bad? If we would have got a drop on my mom, oh no, you just don't do that. You don't disrespect your mom like that. Not when she's driving you to the hospital, because she'll pull over, beat your butt, and then take you to the hospital and claim that those bruises came from the food poisoning. That's what you really have to worry about. So no way. No. Oh man. That truly was like the worst food poisoning experience I ever had. It was worse than the sushi. He said, I wish I could cook. It's never too late to learn. You can always learn how to cook, man. There's so many resources available out there. It's ridiculous. Did she just have a seizure right there? Like did we just witness her having a seizure because she was so strict and straight laced when she was taking off her glasses and examining them and then putting her glasses down, and then she just has like this like reset. He said, YouTube. Yeah, YouTube, for example. He said, I just want the crap weather to go away so I can get a grill. You can get an air fryer in the meantime. He said, cooking is a peaceful pastime, or at least it can be. It can be. You put on some good music. You got like your favorite apron. You know, you don't have like a backseat baster. You know, you have either like the house to yourself or someone that's coming over and they're not in your grill yet. Like, you prep a nice little meal for yourself now and again with some music on. Like, I'm telling you, it's good times. He said, I have an air fryer, I use it all the time. Okay, well then use your air fryer until you get the grill. I would say get a smoker instead, but that probably wouldn't be much better. You can get an indoor electric smoker, and they have the ones that have like the glass where you can actually watch it smoke. Like you can actually watch your meat smoke in the electric one inside, regardless of what the weather is. You can watch your meat, and I'm telling you, my friend, there is nothing better in this world than watching meat slow roast, slow cook. It's brilliant. Now, if they would just come out with like, because I have a wood pellet smoker, but I can't watch the meat cook. He said stop. He's okay. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. He said definitely open my sliding doors to the outside and hear nature while cooking. Well, it's also, I mean, you get some nice weather, you know, some nice music, maybe even some nice, you know, people that don't backseat based. It can be a good experience for sure. She legit has the exact same glasses as him, only they're not like the tinted kind, which is specially made for blue light. So since he's having to look at these computer screens a lot, is probably why he has the blue light filter on it, which is smart. It's very smart. But she's like trying to copy him. I have legit not seen her have glasses in court until this time. I saw a falcon catch a squirrel once, but mostly burst. Well, I mean, the falcon had to catch dinner too. You have a 2000s George Foreman grill that was never used. Man, that thing is still running strong. Don't even act like you're not impressed. We both know that if that was a 2010 or above, that thing would not be working today. But you know, they used to make it legit back then, okay? What's up, Drunk? How you doing? There's no way that someone could have 1,000 Red Bulls and vodka and live. That's just not feasible. He said the plates heat both sides and the grill. Well, yes, it's a very simple piece of equipment, but a lot of companies realize these days that if something goes out after a year or two, if it's made crappily and they don't use the best equipment or something like shorts out with the cord, they can get that reoccurring money, baby. He said, inaudible. He said, here you can see the beast shifting her weight in the chair to readjust the stump that's lodged in her. Probably the turd that's lodged in her ass. Oh, yay! Thank you for subbing, by the way, guys. I don't even understand why they're asking him about this because one, it still does not showcase abuse, and two, he's not a medical professional. He can't like having him try and sit there and discuss like blackouts and stuff like that and how he like this is not medically, this is not advice given as a medical professional that would say, yes, someone that experienced this would go through this, or this is the correct definition of a blackout, or here's what happens when the body ingests this amount of something, or some such. Like, this is all, this shouldn't even be something that they're allowed to question him about, quite frankly. Would you ever support that haircut? Which one? Uh, she must be getting lots of fiber. I don't know. They showed a picture of the turd and it didn't look like she's getting much fiber. I remember thinking broccoli was good. So that's Amber. That's not a haircut though. She just has it styled while up. So it's pulled back. What you do is like if your bangs, you can pull your bangs back and wisp them and then you can curl them so that it looks like shorter. It's a very common thing that they did back in like the 50s, 60s and stuff. But basically she has long hair, but it's styled in a way to where it's like up and out of her face and then like curled at the bottom and crimped up into the bun, like a lot of mousse, like a lot of hairspray, pretty much. Like a like frigid bitch kind of hairstyle. And I've had my hair in a ponytail, I think, before on stream. I just don't. I usually do my hair up like when I'm exercising or going to exercise or doing stuff around the house, but not usually on stream because I kind of just like to let it flow. Yeah, yeah, totally. I'm not gonna kill you guys with my singing though. We're not gonna do that. There's enough terribleness going on here. And another thing too, you said yeah, voice of an angel, I'm sure. Another thing too is that like they're making him more relatable because if they really want to talk numbers, the amount of people, like everyday people, like fathers, sisters, mothers, brothers that have dealt with some kind of opioid abuse because of the ease of access in today's world and the opioid crisis that we faced, if anything, it makes them more relatable because so many everyday blue collar people have dealt with a grandchild or a sister or a cousin or someone that is undergone some kind of opioid abuse, and it's not something that should be taken lightly. And for her to have just taken a picture of him if he was struggling with that instead of getting him help, it shows like how she just how heartless she is. Absolutely heartless. And that's another thing too. If you're highly intoxicated on oxycodone, you're sleeping, you're on a lot of stuff, you're not gonna be able to fight someone. Like, if anything, she showed the vulnerability of him in that state by taking a photo of him without his consent. So he's clearly vulnerable to whatever she wanted to do at that point. He said, for sure, relatable and more down to earth. She's, well, and this is the thing, too. I've always said the most believable people out there are the ones that own their imperfections. I don't believe a single thing that anyone says if someone's like making themselves seem perfect. If they're like, oh, I don't do this, I don't do that, and they just try to come across as this perfect person and they never own up to the things about them that aren't perfect, I can't trust that person. I can't, and I won't, because all of us have our struggles, all of us have our demons, all of us have issues. Like, did you notice how Johnny calls it Roxy? No, no, no. He doesn't actually I don't think he actually calls it Roxycontin. I think that I think he has a little bit of that, because he's originally from Kentucky, and I think he has a little bit of that Southern boy accent still. I think he's retained it, but I think that the person that's doing the transcription is writing it wrong. So I really think that it's just the person that's doing the translation is not understanding him the best. But yeah, I don't trust anyone that tries to make it out like, we all know that Amber did freaking drugs, and she's trying to make it like, oh, Johnny was this coked out, drug head, whatever. Like, dude, you freaking did so many drugs. Like, why is this even like, okay, so he struggled with turning to drugs and drinking as a way to cope with the abuse that Amber Heard was dealing him. That if someone doesn't understand his or her flaws, then they will never learn to be better. It's true what they say, you learn something yeah, exactly. Every day you learn something new. Every day you put yourself out there, and every day we have the capacity to choose good or choose evil. Sometimes, we go about our day and we've made poor decisions, and we do things that are not great, but it does not mean that we are essentially overall good or bad. It just means that in life we tend to make choices that at times can be negative. That's it. He said, no, the ecstasy was for her, the cocaine was for me. Yeah. Which honestly, like, cocaine is just gonna keep you awake. Like, that's, like, I'm sorry, but for me going, oh my gosh, a movie star snorted some cocaine, like, heavens to mercy, like, tell me it ain't so. Like, come on. Come on. We know that, like, celebrities and stuff have, sniffed a little this, sniffed a little that, like, and if anything, cocaine's gonna get you a little bit of boost, a little bit of, oh yeah, let's go. Ecstasy is gonna fuck you up more. So I gotta take off for now, but it always good seeing you. Oh, you too, dude. Take care. Have a good one. My ex was like that. She acted like her shit. See, and I'm telling you, that's a red flag for me. I think that was in regards to a phone call he had, or a conversation after his finger was cut off. Probably. I think so. Well, we can get there. What is she drinking? Oh my god, is she drinking her piss, you guys? Is she drinking her piss? I could see her getting off on that. He said, what has she got? It looks unnatural. On board kept insisting that Johnny cut his own finger. He didn't cut his own finger. See, here's the thing, I want to talk about that. So it's because when Johnny contacted his doctor, that is not the color of he said she's definitely she's drinking some kind of drug. I'm telling you, that's like cannabis water or something. That is not the color of lemonade. I will tell you that right now. But no, all right. So Johnny, when he messaged his doctor, he said, I cut my finger. And Rottenborn is trying to say that when Johnny messaged his doctor and said, I cut my finger, that it is an admission. I want to put things in perspective for you guys. If my niece was rollerblading around the house, which she'd get her butt beat if she did. If my niece came over here and she started rollerblading around the house and she knocked me down and I cut my knee, if I messaged my doctor, you know what I would say? Doctor, I cut my knee. Can you come do this? I wouldn't say, my niece cut my knee. My knee, no, that's not how it goes. You say, because you are describing the issue that you have. He's trying to take the fact that he said, I cut my finger, as in like, hey, my finger is cut, but because he worded it like that, he's trying to make it seem like he did it himself, which is not the case. Again, if my dog got loose, okay, let's say Hot Breath goes wild, you know, she's 14 years old, but hey, maybe she gets a little bit of spunk in her. If Hot Breath decides to go wild and she, you know, starts jumping on like tables and like swoosh and gets the zoomies and she knocks a piece of glass and it cuts me, if I message my doctor, am I gonna say, hey, Usi cut me? He's not gonna know. Like, he's not gonna know that it's my dog or whatever. I would say, hey, my finger's cut, or like, hey, I cut my finger. I'm not gonna go, hey, my dog cut my finger. I'm gonna go, hey, I cut my finger. Now, the process on how it was cut doesn't have to be there. Saying like, hey, I injured my leg. I cut my finger. I got dirt in my eye. It could be that some person threw pocket sand in your eye. It could be like, you don't need to describe the action. You're telling the doctor, I have this issue. That is and he's trying to make it seem that because he used the term I, that he is taking admission for that. I said, yeah, Johnny did a good job in explaining that too. He wasn't going to tell people she did it. But, and that's another thing too. Like, he's trying to, I don't even think it was so much that he was trying to protect her at the time. I think that you legit, that's just how you talk. You're like, pocket sand or rocks in your purse, pew. What's your go-to? Personally, I like to keep a shiv on me. If I'm going to do something and it's going to be up close and personal, like, I'm going to just, you know, that's how I do it, okay? You take a couple of knives to the, you know, to one of the organs. You just clean it off real quick in the purse, you know, boom, bada bing. You can toss it in the river. Never knew any different. Not that I'm advocating that, but I'm just saying that would be my go-to. Look, I know my way around a knife. It's just it's in my blood. But oh, people are gonna get the wrong idea about me. He said, Jesus lady, you just want to watch life disappear from the horizon. Yeah, I wanna feel the life go from them, honestly. Looks like tea or grows coconut water. She definitely put something in her water. I think that's vodka. I think I wanna bet you that is an Arnold Palmer. That right there, because that bottle right there, it looks like a oh, what's the name of that brand? I know that brand too. Oh, I wish I could zoom in so bad. Of course you won't. You put the label on it. Quit wiping your dirty nose. You can go back to doing coke later. I don't know what's in that, but I'm telling you right, guys, they need to test the stuff that they're bringing in. We deserve a drug test before she goes on trial. Setting family affairs. The Tyrell's in their regard. That is not Aquafina, because that is dirty. That is dirty water, you guys. There's something mixed in that. That is not the color of normal water, especially not bottled water. She brought that. I'm telling you, she's got, that's an Arnold Palmer. She's drinking during trial. Can we please test that? That is not Crystal Light. That is not Country Time. That is not Arizona tea. It's just well water. No way she is not drinking well water. I tell you that right now. Can we please, I gotta, you guys, what is it? It's cyanide. I wish. That looked like pre-workout. There's no way that's pre-workout, man. There's no way. I guarantee that's like an Arnold Palmer. I think she's drinking during the trial. Zuckerberg 2.0. Oh man. I gotta get back to that. Where is this where she gets it? Can we please like ask the judge to test the stuff that she's bringing into court? I want a breathalyzer. Arnold Palmer is non-alcoholic though. No, you can add something into your Arnold Palmer, let me tell you right now. Clearly we don't define Arnold Palmers the same way. Somebody get the glasses from they. We just get this. Look, she's smiling. She's smiling about it. Oh no, dude, I had vodka straight up. That's so rough, man. The fact that he's having to say like, yeah, when it came to my sobriety, like I failed. Like, how do you get more honest than that? How do you get more honest than that? You said that semi pause where she looks up before raising her head was bone chilling. It is bone chilling, and that's the kind of thing like people like her are they are psychopaths. She is devoid of being if you fall under the dark triad, if you are a psychopath, if you are a narcissist, if you are a Machiavellianist, you tend to have traits that pull from those other categories. But all in all, they are personalities in which one, we don't fully understand yet, but two, they oftentimes mirror emotions or they utilize expressions that they think will connect with people that truly feel. She's trying to mirror and mimic certain emotions or behaviors that she thinks she's supposed to feel, but she doesn't actually feel them. Good night. All right, good night, Silent Sword. He said praying everything. Oh, thank you, appreciate that. Thank you, thank you. He said Pew be adding alcohol on her drinks. I don't drink soda pop. Thank you though. I would never add anything to my Gatorade. Now, would I have myself a nice Texas tea or like a Arnold Palmer with a little bit of vodka or something of the sort, like on a nice warm day? Absolutely. But there's nothing wrong with like, you know, mixing it up a little bit now and again. She's drinking pickle juice. There's no way. Why pickle juice? I think she's seriously drinking alcohol in court because that was not clear water. Do you enjoy amaretto? I do enjoy amarettos. Yes, I do. Yes, yes, yes. Amaretto sour because I love sour. I love sour flavors in general. He said Pew is all about the no, no. I'm more of like a savory or sour kind of person instead of sweets. And I love that he says that. I wanted to be numb. I didn't want to hear it. I didn't want to feel it. These are things that people who've undergone abuse, psychological, verbal, physical abuse, they'd find, and oftentimes it's negative, unfortunately, outlets to try and numb themselves or to get rid of that feeling of being abused. You said she probably needs alcohol. I think, well, I mean, she's been doing drugs for years, too. Nah, no, I could see her. I could see her trying to get away with something in court. No, lunch break. Of course. She looks stoned. I think you know, you can get tablets and stuff to put in your water now that are like CBD and can't like who the hell knows what's in that drink? All I know is that that water bottle, water is not that dirty. She put something in that bottle that does not belong there. Can we please get her breathalyzed before she goes on stand? CBD can be a good call. I mean, it could be a way for her to try and like keep from laughing or something. I mean, actually, it wouldn't help her keep from laughing. I mean, sometimes it depends on the kind that you get, but man, I really want them to drug test her before the next trial. It looks earthly colored. Yeah, but there's a lot of stuff you can mix that'll make it look that crappy. Man, is it ugh. How long is this lunch break? God. Crap cheese. Gross. Formaldehyde. Lizard tail. Eye of Newt. Oh my gosh, we said it at the same time. Yes, we both see, we both know. That's funny. See, we're both from the great minds. Great minds. She dissolved some Valium in there. I could see it. I could freaking see it. I feel like this trial will end up there in the future. Actually, there is a guy on here. I think his name is like Dr. Todd something or other, and he is a behavioral expert. And he actually breaks down some of Amber Heard's videos. Let me see if I can look him up because he does a really great job, you guys. What is his name? Let's see, Dr. Todd. What's his name? What is it? It's Dr. Todd Grande. Yes, Dr. Todd Grande. That's the dude. He's on YouTube. You guys can follow him. Dr. Todd Grande. He said, yeah, he said, like the kid who was pretending to be possessed by a demon. Yeah. Yeah, he does a really great job. He is so incredibly informed. It's insane. We can maybe watch one of his breakdowns. Yeah. See, you can tell by the way she's inflicting. She's like, he threw a cigarette on me. Like, she's throwing something back at him. And I don't think he even threw anything at her. It sounds like she's actually trying to. The fact that she's recording this and she's clearly in a state where she is like, when you pronounce your words like that and you're like, you threw a cigarette at me, that's what you do when you're angry and you're starting to lose control of yourself and your situation, and you are letting your anger dictate your voice and your actions. This audio of her constantly interrupting him the way she interacts with him, it's not, she can say all the things that she wants to when she's recording. Her tone, the way that she's like psychotically repeating the same words over and over and over again, it's more damning to her. He said, "Oh, I found the guy's channel. Can I shout it out here?" Absolutely, dude. Please go ahead. Absolutely. I'd love to give credit to him. And if I, that's the whole thing, is like if I were to use some of his videos to dissect or whatever, total credit to him. He's great. Do it. During the Rittenhouse case, all those YouTubers banked. That is unfortunate though, because that you're talking about like loss of. Actually, I'm not gonna get into all that right now. Wait, huh? Oh, you're watching Rakita Law on YouTube for some of his takes. He's really good too. Oh, yeah, absolutely. Go ahead. Go ahead, dude. You're golden. You already forgot it. It's okay. I can post it. Hold on. Dude, no she doesn't. Don't even. Yeah, see, that's the thing, is apparently like he's smoking and she's freaking out, she's being aggressive, she's getting in his face. So some of the cigarette ash, I guess, like as she's following him around and harassing him, like maybe like a little bit of cigarette ash like gets on her or something. He didn't put a cigarette out on her. He didn't throw it at her. Like she's chasing him around while he has a cigarette dangling out of his mouth. Of course, there's gonna be like some ash that scatters or gets somewhere or whatever, but her screaming it like. So the biggest mistake Amber did was write that article in the Washington, just trying to squeeze more money out of the situation. Man, did you see too though that she originally asked for, when she went to separate from Johnny Depp, she asked his lawyers for a $50,000 a month stipend for former spouse, like for spousal support. $50,000 a month for spousal support. She asked for his Land Rover or Range Rover, something like that. She asked for the penthouse, one of the penthouses. Imagine having a camera on you for that long. She, like, if you cheat on someone and you berate them, you belittle them, you harass them, you drive them to a point of like madness, you are not entitled to spousal support. You are not entitled to a vehicle that's not yours. You're not entitled to a penthouse that isn't yours. Like, she straight up used him. So imagine having a camera on you for that long. Ugh. Well, the fact that she's recording all of this and notice she's not recording like where the camera's on and you like have it facing like the ground. She's doing the audio. It's stupid. Said the audacity to ask for all that when you know that she was the one doing. I know exactly. You said, damn, you know, stuff like this is why I'm positioned to get married. As you should be. And the thing is that Johnny originally asked for a prenup and she freaked out and tried to make it like, oh, it's because you think of me as this way and you just see me the way everyone else does, is this money, you know, like blah, blah. Like, she manipulated him into not getting the prenup, and it came back to bite him in his butt, because the thing is, she asked for all that. When the lawyers came back and said not no but hell no, that's when she went and filed that, you know, restraining order. That is when she went and started reporting all the stuff. She was pissed off that she didn't get what she asked for, that she didn't deserve, and that's when she started destroying him. And that is classic narcissist. How dare you try to get rid of me? How dare you try to do this to me? I like all of that is her backlash for not getting something she was not entitled to. He said, no, this is Hollywood BS. Hopefully it doesn't deter too many people from getting married. But you know, believe it or not, Hollywood or not, you guys, there are women out there in everyday life that will try to use you and try to do things to manipulate you. And the same thing goes for women. There will be guys out there in the real world that will try to hurt you or put you down to try and take advantage of you or your situation. Believe it or not, there was a girl recently that she graduated from with her master's. She had a great job. She owned her own home. And the second that her boyfriend moved into her house, he actually started to petition to be put on the mortgage and was like trying to push her into a situation where he was actually on the mortgage and could claim some of the house. Like, you guys, people are out there, believe it or not, that will try to use you. And I don't want that to be some kind of like, oh, you guys should walk around afraid. You guys should like be suspicious of everyone. But this kind of stuff, like, you know, drugs, like drinking to cope with something, abuse, you know, verbal harassment, verbal abuse, things like that. This happens in real life. This happens to real couples. Like, absolutely, there are people that get like taken advantage of every day. They get manipulated, get lied to, they get cheated on. I think that's why people are really like looking at this case, because it's like, you know, as much as like this person's like completely above us on a social and economic level, this person is also dealing with things that some people have dealt with in the real world. He said, I have a motto: no prenup, no wedding. Well, and that's what he should have stuck to, but dang it, she dug her claws in. She dug her claws in, man. She found him when he was going through a really bad time with his wife at the time, Vanessa Paradis. She took advantage of that situation, try to make it like, oh, she's so good, and try to manipulate him. You should leave your wife, blah blah. And she did it in order for herself to succeed, and it's just it's unfortunate, you know. It's unfortunate. He said Vanessa loved Johnny so much. He's definitely a fool for leaving her. He needed to be stronger. He really was. And I think the thing that's the worst about it is that that whole email with Elton John, when he calls her that name, like, it's so messed up, because it's like, dude, that's the mother of your kids. And I know that people like they say stuff about their exes and things like that. We all do it. But the fact that Amber actually manipulated Johnny to a point where he thought that his ex-wife was a bad person because of what Amber was doing to him, it's messed up. Like, she saw a guy that was like having some trouble in his marriage, and she exploited it for her own benefit. And that's what's it's so crazy. Like, why don't we talk about that? Why don't we bring that up? Like, why don't we talk about the fact that she was actively engaging with a guy that she knew was married, and she was still going after him? Like, and why don't we talk about the fact that she like cheated on her relationship back in 2009 when she was married? Why don't we talk about the fact that, you know, she's actually got a record for domestic violence? Like, I'm sure all that'll get brought up as the trial continues. It's just that it's unfortunate right now that things with Johnny are being like exploited. Bring your own rubbers, Kevin. Oh, jeez. Where's that one clip I want to find? Amber lied from the start. She would take his boots off every night and say, "This is my job." Well, and the reason why people do that, when there's a certain thing and they're like, "Oh," I know that for some people, like, "Oh, that sounds very subservient. It sounds very, very like giving." But someone that has a person in a position where they have them doing something routinely every night and you adhere to it, and she got really pissed off that one night when she was on the phone doing something, and so he just decided to take him off on himself, and she went ape shit. That is someone that does not like when another person strays without something they have control over. She did that as a means of controlling him, not as something that was meant to be a sweet gesture. Because the second that he did it himself and she goes completely wild, it shows, oh, you didn't do what I told you to. You went without, from out of my boundaries. Like you did it yourself. You did it without asking me, without telling me, without letting me do it. Like, that is a control thing. Woody Harrelson's character in Zombieland would love that. That's funny. Maybe she's got some snowballs in her purse. Amber definitely drinks some obsessive disorder, very manipulative. Mm-hmm. Yeah, in the first Zombieland, he's like looking, like actively looking, not for Twinkies but snowballs. They used to make these pink. It was made by the same company that makes Twinkies, and they're like these pink little Twinkie-like things that are called snowballs, which is really actually hilarious because in his character in Cheers, he hates, or is it the other way around? Yeah, he hates snowballs. But in another movie, he plays where he specifically loves them. It's really, anyway, sorry. Little unknown fact about Woody Harrelson. He found snowballs and shouted, oh, okay, so that's what it is. Okay. So he hates snowballs and he wanted Twinkies in Zombieland, but there's a specific moment in Cheers. So when Woody Harrelson was playing Woody in Cheers, he actually didn't want Twinkies, he wanted snowballs. So it's I got it flipped. It's vice versa. But it's really funny though because his character in Cheers specifically talks about how he wanted snowballs and not Twinkies, but then in Zombieland he wanted Twinkies and not snowballs. Not many people have played characters where they've explicitly, yeah, that's little trivia. He said, man, that's so long ago, can't remember much of that show. But it's such good writing. It's Cheers is such good writing. That's I'm telling you, it's an old outdated show, but if you ever have a chance to watch it on Netflix, it's comedic genius. Yeah, she wouldn't let him leave. She would not let him leave. She wouldn't let him go. That is a manipulator, a control freak, and somebody that wants you to continue to stay because they want to continue to control you, manipulate you, and hurt you. That is an abuser. When you can't leave your own place, that means that person is abusing you. Oh, look, she's writing another lie to her lawyer. That damn duck face. She's writing a little lie to her lawyer. Even that it bothers her so much. Like she can't even listen to Johnny's statement without furiously writing. She has to interrupt in some way. You're off to bed. All right, good night. I should probably call it a night here in a few minutes, but wanted to get through some of this. Look at how furious, like how furiously she's writing. She has not stopped aggressively writing since since he is allowed to have actually voiced what happened. This is insane. Like, even now, even after all this time, after all these years, she may not be able to talk, but she is furiously scribbling because she just can't help but run her dang mouth. That she's so heated inside, writing down things is her coping. Well, because if you listen to the audio, like you're right. Like if you listen to the audio, she never allows Johnny to get a word in. But now she's actually being forced to sit and shut up for a change while the person that she continued to abuse and interrupt now has a platform to speak. Yet she can't just sit there and listen and write down like a note or two, like take like a point or two and be like, you know, hand that to her lawyer so that they can go back and look at it later. She's furiously scribbling all this stuff, like ridiculous. Even now, she can't just sit and actually listen to the way that she negatively impacted someone. She does not want to take responsibility for her actions. And look at that face. You said it's funny to me that she's the one recording. She thinks she's saying all the right things, like calm down, don't leave, but it's working against her. Exactly. Her telling someone to not leave a situation wherein things are getting heated means that you're looking to control someone. Not, you know what? Okay, maybe it would a person in their right mind would go, you know what? You're right. You're not doing well. You're not feeling well. Let's take a breather. Let's part for the night. You don't ask someone that's abusing you to stay. You don't. You don't. And now he said she smacked him against the ear, which by the way, that can actually do damage to your hearing. So he said, yeah, I'll sleep it off. That's so sad. Even then, he's still like, we'll make you happy. We'll make you happy. We'll make you feel better. We'll make it stop. We'll make it, you know, go away. Will you be that happy person that I thought I met that first time? Just so those are crazy eyes, aren't they? They are. They're absolutely. They're furious eyes. They're wild eyes. Like if you've ever cornered, like if you've ever gone hunting, if you've ever cornered an animal, like even if you haven't hunted, if you're against that, which, you know, I get there's all types that come on the channel, so I'm not advocating for one or the other. But if we can all come together on one issue here, if you've ever cornered an afraid animal at some point that's been backed in the corner, whether you're like trying to rescue an animal that's afraid of you, or you're hunting, or something in between. If you were trying to engage with an animal and they are frightened, they give you these eyes that are wild, and they almost like they're trying to intimidate you or get you to back down or get you to leave because they know it's their last attempt because they've been cornered and they're desperate. Those are the eyes of an animal that has been caught, and she's furious that she can't do anything more and that she's got nowhere else to go right now. Dude, fuck off, dude. That's not even, she's not cute. She's not cute. And that has that has absolutely no precedence or no regard here. I made that clear earlier on this channel. First of all, she does not look good. She looks like hellspawn. And look, I'm the first one to admit when a chick looks good. I will be the first one to tell you, dang, she's looking dang good. She looks like holy heck. Okay? She does not look good. And regardless of whether you think she looks good or not, there is nothing good. Like how could you possibly say something positive? How does that have any impact on what's going on here? Like, no, we're not, I'm not having that on the channel. We're not getting that. Because she does not look good. She looks like crap. She really does. There's nothing cute about someone that would do this. There's nothing cute about the way that she looks. There's nothing cute about the way that she acts. No, no, no. Not today. And I believe it. I absolutely believe it. He will never be the kind of person that hits someone. He let her attack him, put her hands on him, and he still didn't touch her. She still has not stopped writing. And this is truly to showcase, like, you know how, like, if someone's like, no, that's wrong, usually it's one of those things where it's like, okay, she's not. If you're really truly right, you don't need to write 16 paragraphs furiously re explaining everything. Like, all you're doing is compounding these lies on top of each other, on top of each other, on top of the. You're compounding, you're writing furiously to try to explain this and explain this and explain this. The longer and the more grandiose the story is, the more you're lying. Example, we've also seen this happen in cases where if someone messages a boss in the morning, like, hey, flat tire, working on it. More than likely, they have a flat tire, they're working on it. They'll call you as soon as they can or as soon as it's safe. They'll let you know, they'll keep you updated, whatever. If someone message you and like, oh my god, I'm so sorry. So I had this person, they like pulled out in front of me, and so like I swerved and I did this and blah blah. The longer the story is, the more grandiose it is, the more fabricated it is. Because people think that by adding in extra information that they are validating the story when actually they're making it more unbelievable. They're adding more things that they can get caught in. Like, was like, oh, I thought you said a lady pulled out in front of you earlier. You said it was a guy that did. Well, you said it happened to you on I-19, but then later you said it happened on I-10. Like, people that add extras and filler into story are usually lying. So the more I see her write, where it's like she's furiously scribbling this and this and this, you're adding to your story. You can't even listen to him pour his heart out. If you truly were a victim and someone did that, simply like she would be going like she would be shaking her head. She'd be like, no, like, you know, to herself. She'd be lightly kind of like head would be down because you would be feeling like this isn't right. That's not okay. He's lying. She would be actively listening to it. The fact exactly, it makes it more suspicious because she's continuing to add and add and add and furious right and right and right. If you know you're right, you don't. I'm sorry. If you know you're right, you don't need to take 20 minutes worth of notes. You don't. If a teacher calls on you to answer a question, you're right. You're not gonna take 20 minutes worth of notes on it. Period. The end. All this is her making up more BS and her trying to defend herself desperately. That's why she has that desperate look in her eyes. Now she's desperately pleading for him and working it out. And it's like, why would you desperately try to hold on to something if this person is truly hurting you? Now, if she was an everyday average person and she was in a situation where her abuser had control of her finances and she had no way out, no escape, no resources, no friends, no nothing. Absolutely. It happens where there are girls that are put in a position where either they're on the street or they stay with their abuser. And there are situations where sometimes those that are abused believe that it's them, it's their fault, their responsibility. Like, oh, he wouldn't do this to me if this, or oh, she wouldn't do this to me if this. And they put the blame on themselves. And Johnny kept putting that blame on himself, and that's why he stayed. But she was the one that she never let him go because she needed a victim. She needed someone to manipulate. And that's why she kept pushing all of his buttons and then saying, oh, don't go. He just said, if I get in a situation where there's name calling and there's this and that, I don't want to be in that position. I don't want to be in a position where it even turns into name calling. He said I need to be able to walk away. I need to be in a position where I can just, de-escalate it by leaving and getting away from your name calling and the abuse. He's openly saying like, hey, you're the one abusing me, and if we're going to try to work this out and I try to stay because you're begging me, I need to be in a position where if we start fighting again and you start name calling, I can just remove myself from the equation without this going on. Terrified boys don't trust no one. She says she's not going to do that, yet she does. He said, I need to go, like, know that you're not going to, like, there's not going to be a freak out and you're gonna like beg me to stay and then I can't leave. Yeah, he's trapped. Absolutely, he's trapped. And then she's like, no, it won't happen like that. It won't be like that. He said, I think it's a good idea for us to take a moment or two. This guy is giving like excellent advice. He's trying to de escalate the situation and she's trying to prolong it. He said, and try to come back, then and be calm. And she even called him a coward for trying to leave to de escalate the situation. So instead of him fighting her or hurting her, she calls him a coward to try and bait him into staying. Catch 22, she says she loves him and wants the album, yet she's recording everything to document his bad moments. Who's she lying to here? And the thing is, this isn't even a bad moment from him. He is specifically like, he's calm. He's saying, "Hey, I want to leave. I don't want to be here. I don't want to deal with the toxicity. Like, if there's a situation that arises, then I need to know that it's okay. Like, you can't call me a coward to try to bait me to stay and fight with you. Like, you gotta take time apart. Like, and she's playing him left and right. She's still riding furiously. She has not stopped. I don't know if she's like sketching like Mount Rushmore over there, but she still is riding. He said, "Let's take our space. Let's not do this anymore. It's really frustrating." And now he's saying, okay, so let me go, let me go. It sounds to me like she's grabbing onto him and she's physically trying to prevent him from leaving. And then now, like, he's saying, why are you doing this? Let me go, let me go. And she's like, please, please, no. She's refusing to let him leave. You don't understand how much worse you are making this when you leave. So now she is manipulating him to try and stay. She's trapping herself. I'm hoping the jury will catch that. And I think JD's lawyer did a great job to show it, yeah. And she's like, you're making it worse for me. At what point has Amber ever said anything about him? And you're making this worse for you. I care about you. Or doing anything that doesn't have to do with her. She is selfish. You're causing me immense stress right now. She doesn't care that she's causing him stress. She doesn't care that she called him a coward. She doesn't care that she verbally abused him, that she verbally assaulted him. She's saying, you don't care how I feel right now. You don't care about what it'll do to me. You don't care about me. Me. That's all she's done, herself. That's all she thinks about, herself. So look at her writing, that's what I'm saying. She's saying, I love you, I want to help you, yet it's all about her. Exactly. There's no reason to be mad. This is another common thing that manipulators will do. They will try to control your feelings and they will try to tell you how you should feel about a situation. It's also a form of gaslighting. When someone tells you there's no reason to be mad, they are negating your own feelings. They are downplaying the way that you feel. They are trying to make your feelings as though they're insignificant. It's not okay to tell someone there's no reason for you to be mad. That's like when you go to someone like, hey, don't be offended, but you look fat in that. But don't be mad. Don't be offended. Like you can't control how someone feels. And when you're like, there's no reason to be mad, don't leave me, stay, you're a coward. These are manipulative tactics. He said, you're not letting me fucking leave. He said, goodbye, goodbye. He said, I hadn't even walked away yet, and you're not saying goodbye. We just agreed, say goodbye. You're not letting me effing leave. He said, stop pushing me in the corner and then poking with the stick. That sounds like an analogy, because I highly doubt that Johnny is poking her with a stick. And if he is trying to, like, do anything, he's probably, it sounds to me like she is physically trying to keep him from leaving, and he is trying to gently make his way through the door, because I'm sorry, but holding someone, if you have a loved one or a spouse and you are keeping them from leaving, technically that could be seen as kidnapping. She never takes responsibility. Narcissists never do. Said your ex would do the same thing. She would never take responsibility for actions. It was always a blame game and she was never at fault. I get that there's some people that struggle with taking ownership because there's some people that out there that truly have a hard time saying sorry. There are people that have been through things and they see saying sorry as like a weakness. There's a difference between not being able to say sorry and then actually never taking accountability to a point where like they're not admitting that they are the abuser. This is like the more severe kind of thing. And it's unfortunate that you went through that situation. I really am sorry to hear that, and I hope that things have gotten better for you. She sounds like the crazy one here because she's like, what, you don't like the fucking wall? You don't like the fucking wall? Huh? You don't want to go? That is her demeanor. She is being aggressive and angsty. Whereas he's going, you're not letting me leave. You're not letting me leave. Look, we talked about it. I can call you if you want. I can call you in a couple of hours. We can talk then. I need to be able to leave so we can calm down. This has to stop. People that are abusers are not going to go, hey, let me leave. Maybe we can talk later. This has to stop. We gotta calm down. But yet she's over here. You're doing it. You're doing it. She's provoking him. Her behavior, her actions, the way she's emphasizing words, you can tell she's getting aggressive with him. She's the abuser. He said, oh yeah, it's perfectly fine now. I discovered it. So I was lucky to leave the relationship. You are very lucky. And it's good that you talk about it because other men need to know that this is not just like some Hollywood thing. Like, there are men that get taken advantage of, and there are men that experience levels of abuse in a relationship. And there's nothing wrong with coming forward as a man and saying, like, hey, there are times when this can happen. You said Johnny may need to get some assertiveness training after all this. I don't think it's too soft. I don't think it's too soft. So if you don't know about Johnny, he he comes from a very small town in Kentucky. He actually was on his own at 15. He struggled, he did his thing, like he made his way in the world. He's not a soft guy, but he comes from roots where like you don't get like that with a lady. And granted, calling her a lady is she ain't a lady, but I think at this point he was so beat down. I think he was so tired. I think that he had tried drugs and alcohol to try and cope with the abuse. And so that's maybe why he's a little bit chill. I think, especially in this audio, he may be pretty chill because of, he's taken some stuff to mellow the hell out with all this craziness. I don't think it's soft though. I mean, you're entitled to your opinion, absolutely. I get it. Thank you for voicing up. But I personally don't think it's a softness. I think it's just a combination between how he was raised and two, not wanting to appear like he's not a woman beater. He's not a wife beater. Like he's specifically trying to stay chill to avoid this kind of thing, and yet it still came out like this. Like, yeah, oh man, it's rough stuff. Oh crap. I'm gonna grab some more stuff to drink real quick, you guys. I gotta get some more water because I am like dying of thirst actually from talking, so I'll be right back. All right, we may have to wrap up here in a little bit, you guys, but also just to add to what you said too, Kevin. Another thing is that at the time, the doctor that was trying to help Johnny and treat him with certain medications to help wean you off of the medications he was on, um, the doctor had entrusted Amber with dispensing those medications. So here you have a woman who apparently doesn't have much money, and she's abusing this guy, her partner, her spouse at the time. It very easily could have been that she also, it could have been not just that he was looking to certain drugs and alcohol to try and cope with the abuse that she was dealing to him, which would explain why he's a little bit mellow and chill. But she also could have been giving him stuff, slipping things into his drinks, or changing out the meds that she was giving him. Like, she was in a very easy position to manipulate him or give him things that maybe he didn't really recognize, and keep him in a state where he wasn't aware of what was going on with his money and what was going on around him. So she could have actually been using things to keep him not in his right mind and not really aware of what was going on, and keep him pretty mellow and chill and on cloud nine, so to say, as a means to siphon money from him. Because that's another thing, towards the more he tried to kind of like get away from her and get sober and stuff, the more she really did this like manipulation and trying to get him to stay. And the more that he tried to leave and get like a little more sober, the more he started realizing that like money was missing, that there was a lot of spending going on that he wasn't aware of. And I really think that that's part of it. I think that part of what was going on was that she was using things that he was not aware of in order to keep him in a certain state where he was not very combative, not very aggressive, and he didn't know exactly what was going on because she was taking advantage of him. He said he's soft because of his childhood, but you're right, he might have to overcome escaping every stressful situation, but Amber was triggering the destruction. Absolutely, absolutely. And that's another thing too, like, again, she was put in a position where she was charged with dispensing medications for Johnny. So it was another level of power for her. Like, oh, if you don't act right, like, she could have hidden his medications. She could have changed his medications out. She could have threatened to not give him his like, there was a lot of power in that situation where she emasculated him, and then he also was tested in his own beliefs and like what should or shouldn't happen, like how you handle certain things with women. Obviously he didn't want to get aggressive, and I really don't think that he was. I think that at times he was, that you poke the bear too much, he got a little bit, maybe said something mean or got a little bit shouty, but other than that, no, absolutely not. Everything shows that he tried to get out of those situations, and she was begging him to stay because she wanted to continue to manipulate him and use his money and his status. Absolutely. He said, I don't want to have this conversation with you right now. I need space. I do not want to have this conversation anymore. I need to leave. He says, I will take my space whether you like it or not. He said, you keep halting this. Now I have to go, okay? Question, do you think this happened during the Me Too movement that she... Um, that... There's two ways to look at that. Yeah, she's still right. She's still doing the crazy writing. Even now, she just can't shut up. Even though she can't speak, she's still writing her paragraph, 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 digging her hole deeper, digging her hole deeper. It's ridiculous. But there's two ways to answer that. One, either she is what would be described as a high mock, which high mock is high level Machiavellianist, which typically people who fall under high mock mean that they are highly intelligent and they are also very focused on power moves and power movements. As in, they will climb the ladder and they don't care who they have to dig and claw and put under anything in order to get there. It's all about power and status. And high mocks are seen as being highly intelligent, and they use that intelligence towards positioning themselves strategically to get ahead. If she was a high mock, could she have utilized the Me Too movement and seen this as a play to weasel her way up and stuff like that? Yes. But I don't think it was planned out like that. I don't think she's that smart. I think that she's just highly disturbed. I think that she is a narcissist, and I think that she has Machiavellianist and psychopathic tendencies, absolutely. But I think that first and foremost that she falls more on the Machi and narcissist kind of scale. What's up, Maligator? Howdy ho. How are you doing? Um, he says she didn't plan it out, but it just happened to go. Yeah, I don't think that she, like, it's not like, I don't think it's something where, like, she planned it out, like, oh, I see this getting big in Hollywood, so I'm gonna start dating him now and position yourself like that. I think what it is that she saw a way to capitalize when she needed to. Like, she saw an opportunity arise because of the situation she put herself in. I don't think it was like a long, I don't think it was the long con kind of thing. I think it was this is what happened. And so she saw it as an opportunity to capitalize on, because that's what she does. She looks for things to grab hold of. But I don't think it's really so much a long-term strategy. I think that she used Johnny to find even more success, not want to say successful, but to find men that were even more like well-to-do financially and stuff like that. Absolutely. I think that she used him as a stepping stone. And I think that, like, the things with Elon Musk and stuff, I think that was absolutely planned. But the whole fallout from John, I think that she was trying to transition and she couldn't lock anything down quite yet. So she was like done with him, but she still needed him. So she was trying to capitalize, like, depending on the way that things would work out. If she couldn't control this, then she would do this. If she couldn't get this person to take her in, she'd do this. I think it was just trying to look at all of her options and play the field. I don't think it's more of a long-term thing. What's up, Cordelli? You said you're good. Oh yay, I'm glad you're good. Oh, hold on. Oh, you said, yeah, because Johnny was too trusting, not assertive. Easy mark. Amber's predator. You said you could be wrong about Johnny, but that's the vibe you're getting. And that's alright. That's cool, Kevin. Like, that's the thing. Like, I have my opinion, you have yours. If we don't, like, meet in the middle, if we don't see the same thing, it's okay. Like, it's alright. Like, it's not like, I'm like absolutely right or you're absolutely right. Like, it could be either one and either or. Just the way that we perceive things, it's totally cool. Do I personally think that he was more chill vibes because of the drugs and stuff he was on? Absolutely. Um, I also think that men, like, as they get older, like, I mean, he's in his 50s and stuff too. I feel like that day of, like, testosterone fuel, like, getting all aggressive, I feel like those days are kind of like past for him. But, if you see a different, like, that's fine, man. Like, I get it. Like, I mean, to be fair, like, I could see where, like, yeah, maybe you think if he was, like, more aggressive that it wouldn't have gone this far. But I think that manipulation, man, it goes a long way to break people down. Um, I think he wanted to trust her. Like he left his long-term wife for her. I think that he kind of didn't want to believe that he actually fucked up. He's like, we'll speak to each other a couple hours a day. You know, maybe it'll give you some kind of revelation. Makes you feel better. She's looking up like she's I want to say he said something about we'll talk about you too. I almost wonder if he's talking about like allegations of cheating or talk about like something she did. He said this is not well, this is not happiness. And then she's begging him, please, please. Now she says, I'm going to die. So basically, she's saying if you leave and you go and you do something that is going to be healthy and benefit us both because we're both toxic for, you know, each other, she's actually on video, like recording, saying, please, please don't stop. I'll die. So now she's threatening to hurt herself or that now she's putting him in a position to where like he feels like he can't leave. I'm astonished with her frantic writing. I didn't see that in my version. The video was on Johnny the whole time. Yeah, it's interesting when you finally watch the person that is making the accusation. So she is nonstop frantically writing, and Johnny is not. He's sitting there and listening to everything, and he's replaying what's going on. Like even now, years later, she is frantically, I gotta defend myself, I gotta write this, I gotta take this note. She still can't shut up. She can't shut up. She can't shut up. She realizes how bad this looks, and so now she's gonna try to make up every little detail and everything that she can write it out. Or she's probably even writing stuff just to write it because she can't scream it at someone for a change. I feel like I'm having a heart attack. It sounded like she just slapped him. Did y'all hear that? Okay, it sounded like a slap. I don't know if you guys can hear that. I'm gonna replay that real quick though. She she's the one that's like screaming and like, please, you're a bully, you know, you're mean. So she's calling him names after he said, hey, I need to get out of here. Maybe if it helps you feel better, we can talk. I don't know, maybe you'll have some kind of revelation if we, you know, just have a conversation later after we've, you know, parted ways. Like she's not letting him leave, and she's like, I'm gonna die. I feel like I'm having a heart attack. I have a heart attack every time you do this. Can you please just like, she's, this is someone that the person no longer wants to deal with her bullshit, and now she's making threats to try and get them to, or manipulate them to stay, even though she's hit him and slapped him and abused him and called him names. She's still trying to keep him around to keep him a victim. Yeah, she's literally, yeah, I know. Oh, I think Puppy has to go out. Hold on. Hold on. You can go outside. Hot Breath is done with Amber's shenanigans too. Look, even Hot Breath can sniff out BS. Hot Breath knows. She had to go out though. She had to pee. She had to go take an Amber turd. You guys, it's insane. It's insane. We're almost through though. Some of the points of that I want to go through. Now she sounds drained. You would have been able to hear it if we could have just gone to this, if we could have just gone to this. That is not the behavior or the pattern. Look, I've had those episodes where like I have been crying and like you're trying to get the words out and stuff like that, and I can honestly say that in those moments of my life I was not in the right frame of mind. I've had moments where I've had like these, you're trying to explain something and you're just like you're crying and stuff like that, and that is not the behavior of someone that is good mentally at that point. And I say that honestly. I say that honestly. Now, have I ever, you know, laid hands on someone and like tried to get them to stay and like use their money and stuff like no. Um but what she's doing here is she's literally having a breakdown and is trying to prevent him from doing something he needs to do to be safe. And that's just it's insane. It's ridiculous. And the fact that she thinks this audio will somehow help her or behoove her, it doesn't. Hot Breath wants out. She did. She wanted out. She had to go pee. Hot Breath is done with the immersion. Yes, she is. It is absolutely. So let's see. Her going, you're killing me. You're killing me. Ooh. He said, Sean, please, could you? He said, I want you to take your medicine or whatever. I want you to take your medicine. Someone that abuses someone is not telling them, like, I want you to take the medication so that you're okay. Or we can talk later once I've left and once we've calmed down, like over the phone. People that do this, at no point has Johnny ever exhibited behavior, at least not during this audio, wherein he seems like he's not in his right mind, where he seems like he's hurting her. The only hurt that seems to be coming from is Amber Heard potentially losing someone that has been her whipping boy. So that is behavior of someone who's psychopath. Amber's nuts. Why did Johnny leave his ex? Well, here's the thing, like people like this, like Johnny and his long-term wife, they'd been together for a very long time. They had 2 kids together. Johnny and his wife started to have problems, which, you know, when you've been together for a really long time, sometimes marriages can kind of like you grow apart or you get annoyed with each other, you know, things like that. You get a little bit tiffy. And relationships have their ups and downs. They're not always going to be this great, like, cloud nine. It's not going to be this great, oh, honeymoon phase. Like, there's going to be tough times in there. What Amber did is she waited out the rough stuff and she manipulated him. She she found a man who was having trouble in his marriage and started to plant stuff in his head like, oh wow, she sounds like a total this. Oh wow, your wife sounds like this, you know, blah, blah. Like when they started working on the Rum Diaries together is when they met. And that's when like him and Vanessa Paradis were like really on the rocks. They were starting to consider like separation and stuff. And then Amber comes around and then it just exacerbated that. Instead of encouraging him to work things out with his wife or to find some kind of amicable, you know, way to part, she inserted herself and she manipulated him because she saw him as someone that she could use. It was never a true love because why not sign the prenup? Why not sign the prenup right then and there? If you're not looking to exploit someone and it's all about love, then what's it hurt to sign a friggin' prenup? But no, she had a freak out when he even mentioned that, even though he pretty much left his wife for her. She's trying to get him in a gotcha moment, trying to get a rise out of him or evidence, but she's not. She didn't get a rise out of him even in that moment where she's like it sounds like she's on her hands and knees begging him not to go. And she's saying like, oh, I'm fucking dying. Like I'll kill myself, this and that. And then he turns to someone that's obviously there and he goes, Sean, and it sounds like he's like trying to get someone else, like a security person probably, or the medical staff, to like get her to move so he can leave. What she's doing is she's holding him hostage at that point. When you're an adult and you hold another adult against their will and you're preventing them from leaving, you can go to jail for that. That is very serious behavior. Over dramatic playing the role for the recording. I don't even think it's for the recording. I think that she truly is having a meltdown. I think that she is having a meltdown at this point because she realizes that the person that she's manipulating and the person that that is her whipping boy, her victim, is thinking about leaving for good. And now she's trying to look good for Sean. Thank you, Sean. Thank you for I'm ready to go. Thank you so much. So now she's trying to play off that there's anything even going on, which is just ridiculous. It's ridiculous. How she's able to go, thank you, Sean, thank you so much, I'm ready to go. How you can go from I'm effing dying, I'm having a heart attack to thank you, Sean, like that. Like that. So not only is he like, so when he can't leave, like when she's not letting him leave, he actually calls a car, like a driver, to take her because he goes, she wasn't in any shape to leave. So now I guess it's that she was begging to stay. It's ridiculous. So basically she didn't want to get the boot. She didn't want to get the boot. So she's begging because she doesn't have any of her own money. She doesn't have a way to take care of herself. She's begging to stay now even though she messed up. And yet here he is, the gentleman that he is. I didn't think that she was in the she's calling him a coward, she's calling him mean, she's calling him a bully, she's calling him all these names, and he goes, I didn't think she was in any shape to drive, so I called someone for her. That's a gentleman. That's a gentleman. I don't know what like how else you want to describe that. So he was under a court order issued by her to not be near her, and yet she used their agent, which he got her that agent. Like he basically helped her through Hollywood. He got her the same agent. And so now she's using this agent to try and get him to meet with her after all the stuff she said about him and reported. He at least has an outlet, his music. I don't think Amber has anything else as a hobby. Chasing men, gold digging. I think gold digging counts as a hobby, doesn't it? So does being a psychopath. She also has a child now, you guys. So, yeah, she is a proud. She found a surrogate. She won't say, which I think we all know it's Elon's baby. I think we can all agree that it's Elon's baby. She actually had her and Elon's, like sperm and eggs frozen, and her own mother. There were text messages found from her own mother where her mother was begging her, "Hey, Elon said that he really doesn't want this kid, like you need to respect that and stuff." So her own mother before she passed away was begging her not to do that. He said seriously. Yeah, so she does. She spends her spare time with her new lover, her female, now a cinematographer. So he said, "Oh no, not my." Yeah, so believe it or not, Elon actually admits that they both had their eggs and their sperm like frozen, and that whenever they broke up as a couple, that she still had like access to that because like she still had access to like the I guess like the center and stuff, and he was like begging her to have the sperm destroyed and she was refusing. And so there was a text message found by her mother that came out that actually said like, hey, he's asking you not to do this, you need to respect that, do not do this. So now she won't say who the baby is, but she had a surrogate. She went through a surrogate, and she has a little girl, which you actually can, if you go through like a lab, they can actually determine the sex of the baby. So, yes, that is true. You can actually have it where if you go through a lab, you can have them determine the sex of the baby. And I think that because Elon did not have a girl yet and had always expressed that he wanted to have a girl, I think that she had it specifically so that not only did she use her and Elon's sperm, I think she had them ensure that it was a girl. And I almost think that that's why Elon went through a surrogate and had a girl with what's her face? The new one, Grimes. Because it's just really weird that all of a sudden then, Grimes has a even though her and like him and her and Elon, like Grimes and Elon like broke up, and then all of a sudden she announces, oh, by the way, there's a surrogate that has a girl. Sounds like something out of a horror movie. It really does. I know that coming out of my mouth, it sounds super like out of this world conspiracy theory. But personally, knowing how manipulative she is, I could see her using Elon's sperm despite him saying, don't do this, as a way to trap him or as a way to, look, I won't tell anyone, but you're gonna pay me. Because how is she making the money that she's making now? It can't all be from proceeds from Aquaman. You know it, I know it, everyone knows it. She can't be making the money that she is in Hollywood now by freaking Aquaman, okay? She's getting money from somewhere, and she never shows the kid's face and stuff. I'm telling you, I know it sounds far-fetched. I know it makes me sound like I'm sitting in the closet with some tinfoil on my head, but I could see it. I could so see it. And it would be even more if she's like, oh, by the way, it's a girl. Like, she knows that he's never had a girl before. She knows that he's always wanted a girl. And I think that she knew that if she ensured that the kid from the sperm that they had together, that he told her not to use, was a girl, then it would be like an extra one up. I know it sounds crazy. It sounds freaking crazy. I'm just throwing the information out there because could happen. Could happen. Never know. I could see a crazy bitch pulling that move. If she really is like high mock, like if she is like a Machiavellianist and she's looking for any kind of way to claw herself up the ladder, that is a chess move that I could see her doing. Absolutely. Elon Army. Yeah, he's super into like breeding farms and shit. So weird. Oh, oh, she's got she's got something else, you guys. Now she's got an Aquafina bottle after coming back from lunch that's got something red in it. I'm telling you, that just ain't Kool-Aid. That's she's back there mixing rum and friggin' country time lemonade and putting them in her water bottles. I I guarantee you there's some kind of alcohol in there. All right, so if anyone watches this and they're going to the trial tomorrow, if you can find where she throws these away, if you can get it tested to see if it's alcohol tea, yeah, maybe Texas tea. It would not phase me whatsoever if she got a little, travel size of something something. She's got a little travel size. She's got like little pocket size whiskeys and stuff like that. She's pouring in there. I bet you that her purse sloshes around like a bar. It's like one of those little minis, like like dispensing machines. Like, all right, look, I'll trade you. Captain Morgan's just inspired by. He wants to feel like it could be the blood of her victims. It's not confirmed, but it could be the blood of her victims. What was Amber Heard doing in San Francisco anyways? Who could she possibly know at that time where she would be in San Francisco? And why would she want to see him? Oh, this poor man. He met with her in hopes of what? Said, can you imagine if Elon testifies it's going to be a crap show? Yeah. Sarah, are you supposed to be way back east already? No, not yet. I actually leave on the 28th. Yeah, I won't be headed out east until 28th, and then I'll be back in town May 20th, probably. I'll be headed back May 18th, but more than likely be here like around like May 20th. So yeah. Yeah, a couple more days. I have a couple more days to pack. Don't freak me out too much just yet. But eastbound, I need a freaking vacation, you guys. So he meets with her in San Francisco. I don't know why, but I guess you were off for a week. I was off a week, sorry. Oh, no, 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 you're fine. You're fine. It's all starting to blur together, so I get it. No worries. You're close, though. You're close. So he thought that by meeting with her, she would agree to retract her false allegations. So here he is, still hopeful that she will get wise. I feel bad. Wait, she called him. Didn't she call him an old man? Isn't Elon the same age? I'm pretty sure Elon's like the same age as him. So what is she trying to pull by calling him old? That doesn't make sense to me. She was in no way ready to do that, and I couldn't understand. That's so. I don't understand why I was there. Everything had been taken from me. So here he is. He just gets back in the States. He's lost everything because of her. Everything. He can't even get a freaking moment of peace. She summons him. He comes there thinking that she will stop this and stop the lies. And she says, I have no intention. So literally, she toys with him. She manipulates him, and she just wanted to see if she still had some control over him. That's all it was. That's all that meeting was a play to see if she still had power over him. Oh, now that he's getting emotional and talking about his children and how this has impacted his children, that's when they want him to stop talking. They were completely fine with him talking before, but then when it could potentially invoke some kind of feeling and people going, wow, this is horrible, that's when they want him to stop. That's so sad. I know you want it. That's all I got left. You've taken everything from me. You've taken my reputation. You've taken the things that I love. You've taken the life that I've built. You've taken the reputation that I've built. You've taken everything I've worked hard for in my life. The everything that gave me reason and purpose, and everything I crawled out of a shithole in Kentucky for. You've taken it all with your lies. What else do I have left to give except for my own blood? You've taken everything. The every last bit of me. Just take the last of me, pretty much. So he what? Yeah, he psychologically, emotionally was at a point where like he actually gave himself the slightest bit of hope and thinking if he goes back and he listens to her and meets with her in San Francisco that there's a chance that she's gonna say, "Look, I'm sorry I put you through this. Let's end it." Instead, she says no. Is she writing a novel? I have been talking about this. So if you rewind this video for like a good 30 minutes, she can't just shut her mouth. She has been aggressively writing stuff since Johnny has been made to look like the caring, compassionate, nonviolent person that he is. She realizes that this bit of audio is so defeating for her that she is like trying everything to write down like more and more lies, more and more, oh, he said this is what really happened. She can't just ever listen to how someone feels. She can't go, wow, I made someone feel like this, or wow, I put this person through this, or wow, I did this to this person. She's writing all of this BS, these lies. She's trying to defend herself any way possible, even if it's not to anyone else. Like she's writing out, oh, he's lying about this, like she she can't let it go. She can't just listen to how she's hurt other people. She's got to make up some kind of lie or excuse or come back to like said I was broken. Not only did I have to deal with everything coming in from see, and she can't even like she realizes what a liar she is and she's so angry. She's just writing. She can't even just listen to what she did to other people. I'm telling you, it's this right here, her behavior, her doing this, her little non-stop psychobabble writing, it's indicative of her being completely guilty, you guys. She's a nutcase. I honestly think that she's taking notes because you know that they can't go back and like watch this or watch the recordings of the trial and stuff. I think that she's writing down what he says as a way to I think that she truly is going to try to create dialogue when she takes the stand based on this. I think that she's trying to come up with a response to this. She is taking notes. She's writing down what he's saying so that she can come back and try and like work her way around what he's saying. That or she's going to use some of the stuff that he's saying. I guarantee if we actually take this footage and then once she takes the stand, she is going to use some of the same dialogue that he's using. I am predicting this right now. I'm putting my 2 cents out there. We can, as the trial progresses, we'll see. But I truly think that because they can't watch the trial, they can't watch recaps of it, they can't look at the media, they can't do any of that. She's taking notes on what he's saying, and she is going to, aside from just stealing his wardrobe, she's going to steal some of his dialogue, and she's going to work it in when she's on the stand. Guarantee it. I guarantee it. Look at that. Look at that. Oh, she's evil, you guys. This is like, look, I'm not really like a religious person anymore, but if ever the devil was incarnate, man, that's that is one messed up look right there. Yeah, the redeck is yeah, it's just badgering. Yeah, exactly. You said, knowing how she's been recently, I'm certain she's going to mock him and be shady. I think she is. I think she absolutely is. Really believe that we're going to see a lot of the same dialogue and words that he's using right here. That's why she's got that little smirk on her. I just want to smack that smirk off her face. But she is going to take this dialogue and she is going to turn it and try and use it against him. She really is, because that's what narcissists do. They mirror the behaviors, the things and stuff like that as their victims, and that's what she's going to do. So that hair looks like she has a nest above her head. Honestly, it looks like she's bald, but then she's got like that clip-on bangs going on. Or like she's got like that really short hair and then like some clip-on bangs and like a clip-on bun. Specifically portions at 18 minutes. Like, I'm sorry, but if you go through like a song and you pick out like your favorite verses, you can turn that song into about you can take a song that's talking about like killing someone and make it seem like it's this like pop sensation about beauty and long life. Like, you pick and choose certain words, you can create your own your own narrative. You said like monk hair, exactly like monk hair. um it's not fair to be able to go, oh, look at this at this time in this minute. Like, so what if you were to take an entire conversation I have with someone and you only play like 18 minutes into it, you might actually go, oh my god, this girl is like terrible, she's a horrible person. But if you don't listen to the entire context of it, you're not going to understand. It's just, it's ridiculous to think otherwise. Like, you give me a recording device and I talk to someone for like an hour, I can make them look like the biggest POS on the planet too. Exactly, context matters. I could take your sweet little old grandma, let me talk to her for a solid hour, and I will make her look like a terrible human being. Like, context matters. You can't just record something that someone says, like a clip of it, and be like, oh yeah, this is them. Oh, no comment. Oh, this is what I was waiting for. Okay. He said it's gone, it's gone. This has to stop. She goes, I don't know how to get my reputation back. He said, look, we write a letter together saying we're gonna take this out of the public eye, saying we're gonna try to work this out, saying that the media has created this hateful effing storm that's sickening. that we love each other. And that we're gonna make sure each other's okay. That we had fights in the past, others, we air all that stuff. It doesn't matter. They already know all of it. She's like, well, I have like no credibility. She said, and then she's like, well, my reputation, my reputation. And he goes, Amber, the abuse thing, you have to deal with that. Basically, she lured him. MSNBC, they all do that, man. They all do that stuff. All of them do it. Okay, I hate to burst your little Santa Claus bubble, but they all do it. Okay. He said, leave my grandma alone, Pew. She's a saint. Until I get through with her editing. You're dang right. See, I could do it too. I could make someone look completely horrible too if I had, an hour's time and then like a little bit of time to edit. Yes. Said, I've been seeing messages saying that if she wins this court case, that she won't be alive. Which sucks, but I mean, this is better hide. There's many people willing to catch hands with her. Man, it's not even just about that. I think that she knows that regardless of what happens, everyone knows. Regardless of the verdict, like, we all know. And it's just gonna make it worse. It's gonna make it worse if she doesn't, if she wins. But he goes to meet with her in San Francisco. He thinks that she's offering this chance at redemption, at like, hey, I'll take away all the hurt and everything I've done and all the lies, and I'll fix things. Well, instead, she's worried again about guess who? Herself. Once again, she doesn't think about the damage that she's done to Johnny. She doesn't think about the damage that she's done to the victims of domestic violence that she discredits with every lie she tells. She doesn't think about how now when women come forward, if they don't have enough proof and stuff like that, no one's gonna believe them. She doesn't think about what she's done to the people that believed her, that supported her, that helped her. She doesn't think about Johnny's family, his friends. She doesn't think about anyone except my reputation. My reputation, Johnny, my reputation. How are we gonna fix this? My reputation. She doesn't even care that this man lost everything. He lost everything. Money, his sanity, years of his life, years of it. And she goes, my reputation. This man struggled with his family believing whether he hurt a woman or not, knowing how close he is to his daughter, knowing the kind of man he wants to be for his son, knowing the kind of person that he wants to be seen as, knowing the links and the ends that he has gone to give himself to every fan in his life. And all she has to say is, my reputation. And yet he's sitting at that table going, here's what we can do. Here's how we can solve this. And she is still saying, my reputation. The way I look. She took everything from him and she's still just worried about herself. Sad, man, sad. And then when he says you're the abuse allegation, Amber, you're gonna have to deal with that. And she goes, I don't have any credit. I don't have any credibility. He's honestly saying, look, you ruined everything. People think I'm an abuser. And she's still my reputation. Actively trying to brainstorm everything he can. But he's like, look, you crossed that threshold. You crossed that bridge when you said that I abused you. You are going to have to deal with that. I can't save you from that. You got yourself in that mess. You have to dig that hole yourself. And she's still unwilling to deal with those consequences and concerned only about her reputation. She's like, I can't deal with that. Then why did you put that out there? I did not. You forced me. Your team told me to. I'm sorry, but if someone came to me and said, you have to go out there and you have to say that this person hit you, and they never hit me, I would not even have to think twice. My answer is no. At no point in my life would I ever do someone so low as to say that they put hands on me if they never put hands on me. Yeah, she said, you forced me to by, and I can't make out the rest. I think it's like something often. See if I can hear it. Yeah, your team forced me to by calling on me often. The team never forced her. What happened was she demanded spousal support for $50,000 a month, his Land Rover, and his penthouse. I believe not just one of them, but two of them. He said, no, you cheated on me and you abused me. I'm not giving you that. And now she's saying that she was forced to make an allegation of abuse because his team told her, no, we're not giving you $50,000 a month. No, we're not giving you the Land Rover. And no, we're not giving you the penthouse. So she filed after that. And now she's saying, your team forced me to come out and make these false allegations because you refused to give me what I wanted. Missing messages. Let's see. People will boycott a movie. There's already over 2 million signatures to boycott Aquaman 2. She ruined Johnny. Even if he wins, damage is done. List rules calls her traumatization. His family. He even said he won't go back to certain companies. I don't blame him because certain companies turned their backs on him without having all the evidence. And that kind of like coldness and cowardice where they're not even believing someone that's been with them long term over someone new to the industry. They're not believing everything that they knew about him and how they've worked with him and everything. They're just believing this accusation without any credibility. They turn their back on him instead of supporting him, and I don't blame him one bit for not going back to him. Personally, I think she did this to get attention, but her realizing that I got too much attention. I don't even think that she did it for attention. I think that she truly, because what happened was she asked for the condo, she asked for the Land Rover, and she asked for $50,000 a month in spousal support. She blew through her money on drugs and bullshit. She didn't have the same kind of roles coming in. She knew that if she split from Johnny, she wouldn't have the same kind of stuff going in. So what did she do? The second that their team told her, no, we're not giving you the $50,000 a month, we're not giving you the Land Rover, all that stuff, the next day she went in to file that restraining order and make an allegation. Said same. I want to know where it is so I can sign it. It's on change.org, so I can give you guys the link. Give me just a second here. I'll pull it up. Let's see. Then go through. Let me log in real quick, you guys, so that I can post the link here for you. Actually, it's at 2 million, and if it reaches 3 million, it will be one of the most signed petitions on change.org, which is quite hilarious. Oh, geez. Why is my internet taking so long? Come on. Don't be a bitch. Let's see. There we go. Alright, guys, I'm posting the link now. There you are. That is the link. Have at it, you guys. Well, I think that's the link, right? I believe so. Just like Bruff, your internet has seen enough of me. I think so. I think just like Hot Bruff, it has. It has. But this is, I do want to get through this last clip because it's really good. I didn't push it. I promise. You have the timeline. Now she's crying. Now she's fake crying again. You don't believe what I'm saying? You don't believe what I'm saying? Because he knows it's not true. So now she's trying to gaslight him again. And now she's actually crying, trying to play victim, even though she accused him of abuse. And he's trying to still, even now, trying to help her. And yet, the whole time, my reputation, I didn't, you guys made me do this. Your team made me do this. No accountability. Always a victim. She said, I didn't even call the cops. So she's like, I didn't do it. It's not my fault. I didn't even call the police that night. Now, she did go over to a neighbor's and knock on their door and tell them, by the way, Johnny beat me. And she had them call the police. But she didn't dial them herself. So she's not responsible, right? I mean, she just went and knocked on the doors of two different neighbors and talked to them and told them that Johnny beat her and sat with them and told them that she was a victim of domestic violence, but she didn't actually dial the number for the police. So she's not culpable, right? Ridiculous. Zero accountability. I honestly, like, I wish I knew where I could send a book to her, because there is a book, it's called Extreme Ownership by Jocko, and I think that she could benefit from it. He's unbelievable, so manipulative, very manipulative. She said, Johnny says, you told me you called the cops. No, I didn't call the cops. So now she can't even keep track of her lies. To 1 minute she's telling Johnny that she called the cops to try and intimidate him, and the next, now she's saying, I didn't even call the cops. Now that I need you to help solve my reputation issue, I'm gonna play like I was a victim. I didn't do any of it. I need your help, Johnny. I didn't do any of it. This is some bull, you guys. She said, I did not call the cops and I did not give the team anything. She said that when things got crazy between us, so now she's owning up to I forget the guy's name that she had call the cops. So now she is saying, yes, I had so-and-so call the cops. Okay, so she is saying she actively was involved in the process of the cops being called. And then she's like, well, what did you want me to do? I did it when things were crazy between us. Notice how she doesn't say, I did it when you were abusing me, or I did it when you were beating me. She said, I did it when things got crazy between us. Not even, you were doing this, you were doing that. Things got crazy between us. She said, I didn't really think that you would do anything, but I thought maybe you would do something like on accident. So she's saying that nothing happened, but she was afraid that he was going to do something, or that something was going to happen. But she was afraid that it would happen by accident. And I told you that. I told you I thought something was going to happen by accident. Like, look at her fake cry face. She realizes that she is just absolutely disgusting at this point, hopefully. Amber, I lost a freaking finger. Come on. Minority Report, she saw the future cry. Pretty much. I think she's pretty much gotten a lot of her stuff from old movies. A lot of the things that she's done or said, she's ripped off from old movies. He's like, I had a can of mineral spirits thrown at my nose. Notice that when he says this, when he says that he had something thrown at his nose, the corners of her mouth go up. She's trying to keep from smiling. So she's actually getting off. Like, she's enjoying the fact that he's recalling the violence that took place at her hands. Her fake cries make me so mad. It's disgusting. It really makes me hate her more. Yeah, it's really bothersome to listen to. It truly is, Max. I agree with you. She said, "Yeah, I'm sorry. I really actually did fear for my life because I thought you were going to do something on accident." I have never called the cops out of fear that someone would do something on accident. If that was the case, there would have been a lot of 911 calls based on me thinking that someone was going to accidentally fart in the same room as me. Hello, 911. I'd like to report that I think that my boyfriend is going to accidentally fart next to me. Yes, please get here as soon as possible. I'm terrified. He had jalapenos on his pizza last night. Please, come as quickly as possible. She's actually trying to make herself cry here by doing the whole... She's trying to get momentum so that she can actually seem upset. And that fake quiver, he said, "Hello, 911. Yeah, I just beat my fucking husband." Look at her. She's trying to hold back a smile. He said, accidentally, he said, "It's okay. I get where you're going with me, and it's okay. All right, finish." She is looking to the right. She's looking down. That is an admission of guilt. This face is not a face of... Her face, there's no tears in her eyes. She's trying to do certain things to mirror or mimic what it would be like to cry, but you don't... Her breathing has not changed. So when someone's lip quivers, it typically results from trying to inhale quickly after crying, like it's trying to catch her breath. Her breath has not changed. Her breath does not match her facial tics. She would be in a position where if her lip was truly quivering, there would either be tears or she would be... Her posture, her breath would change. I mean, I don't expect her to know this because she's a crap actress, but she now is looking down. Her breath has not changed. Her posture is still open. She's not coming into herself. She is not guarding or putting together a body gesture that would be guarding or someone that's reliving a victimization. She is completely in a power pose, and she's looking down as though she is recalling a situation and her brow shows anger. So she is now angry. She is still trying to present a position of power, and she is faking that little the lip thing. She's faking it. She's trying to evoke or at least seem as though she's crying. She's not crying. This is the face of someone that realizes that things are not exactly working in her favor right now. And she actually, you see the corners of her mouth kind of go up a little bit. She's trying to force these facial expressions. That is that is a lip of anger. That's not sadness. That is not, there's no tears, there's no crying. This is a face of someone that is truly angry, upset. She's not being able to voice what she wants to voice. She's not being able to look the way that she wants to look. She is trying to make it seem that she's trying very poorly to make it seem as though she's sad, and she's not. Because psychopaths don't have feelings. Can we also mention how unorganized and messy her team is? Yeah, it's very unprofessional. It is. I agree. See, no tears. Absolutely no tears. There's no makeup that's been smeared or smudged. She's not crying. Her breathing is completely normal. She's going back to writing very furiously now, which showcases that she is indeed angry, because the more angry she gets, the more fast, the more furious her writing becomes. Look at where she is on that page. She is down to the bare bones of that. She has been writing enough and so hastily and furiously that she's down to the bare bones of that page. He said also, why does she always look straight into the camera so often? Girl, what are you looking at? I've noticed that. People that are narcissists will often do this. So people that have been caught in some kind of lie almost do it as like an impulse because they're one engaging in like straight eye contact like that is kind of like a power move. It's kind of like staring someone down, but it's also like they can't help it. They like being watched. They like trying to assess what the consensus is. They like to have that sense of control. Like she's going to look straight at the camera because she's trying to seem, it's a power thing. I really believe with her it's a power thing. Like she can't help but look at the camera at this point. Also, it's because narcissists tend to, they don't really feel emotion, at least not in the sense that like you and I feel emotion. And so what they do is they do something that's called mirroring. When they mirror someone, what they're doing is they're trying to do exactly that. They're trying to mirror the body language and the facial expressions and stuff that other people around them are, because it makes them seem as though they are feeling emotion, and it makes it seem as though they are feeling the same emotion as everyone else. It's a way for them to try to like blend in. They don't feel the same way that like you and I feel. They don't feel empathy, don't feel remorse. They feel like they want power. They want, people to be completely smitten with them and stuff. And so they do this as a way to try again to mirror the correct response, because they don't ever know what the correct emotional response really is. He said, why does Rottenborn stand up after every objection when in dig? Because he's I think he's miserable. Like if you've seen some of the facial expressions that he's had during this, he looks so like he's ready to get out of there. Like even he hates himself, I think. Like even he realizes that he is a scumbag at this point. He said the world media was already bombarding me. It was an attempt to try and, he knows he's lost. I was trying to make a peaceful settlement. Period. The end. Even then, all he wanted was peace. That's all that man wanted. Fuck peace. Yeah. This would make a good movie one day. I've got a name for it already. Abused. Rated R. Oh my gosh. Yeah. Yeah. I don't know who they would get to play. Like, who would they get to play Johnny, though? That's the thing. Did you see that, though? When he talks about losing a finger, she's smiling. So here we go. If you maybe I can pause at the right moment. Do you see that smirk on her face? He talks about the time when she actually cut a piece of his finger off and she's smiling. I would just like to point out again that Ted Bundy used to do this stuff. Ted Bundy, when he would have to relive the things that he did to his victims, he would smile. Psychopaths often smile and laugh when they recall times where they hurt other people, because they genuinely get joy and find happiness out of hurting others. Yeah, you can still, I have it paused right here. You can see the smirk. She thinks it's funny. She honestly, that is a sociopath right there. Like that is someone that they derive pleasure from hurting other people. Opening scene would be a black screen. No, Jack Nicholson has Alzheimer's now, guys. He can't play that role. He wouldn't know his lines. I honestly think that that one guy from Stranger Things, that one kid, the one that wasn't the boyfriend at first, but then he became the boyfriend, he looks a lot like Johnny Depp when Johnny Depp was really young. Like, do you see that she's trying to control the corners of her mouth and keep from smiling when he's talking about this? What's up, Gustavo? ¿Cómo estás? Arnold can be Johnny. Oh, he said, yes, I am. Ugh. And she's smiling again. She's smiling again. She doesn't understand the severity of this, or she does, and she's just deriving pleasure from it. She's that is a smile. That is exactly a smile. That's a smile. No, because Amber looks like me and my cousin's trying not to laugh during school. Like, how can she be that low? Well, that's what I talked about earlier. Like, and it's really her trying to mask the fact that she feels nothing and she's enjoying listening to him recall his pain. She derives pleasure from it. It's sick. It's absolutely sick. But she does. She looks like it's when you're trying not to laugh and you try to like hold it in and you try to like bite the insides of your cheeks, you try to bite the inside of your lip and you try to like pout your face so that you don't break. That's exactly. You said, yeah, yeah. Johnny's team's happy. They know they did well. Yeah, they seem pretty relaxed now. They're if you see the girls in the back, they're kind of eating, they're drinking. You know, they seem pretty confident. Let's see. Wait, who is this Joker? I missed this part. You didn't watch him? He was boring. Oh, he was the house manager in London. So she would chase him. He would try to go play guitar. He would try to go and go to the bathroom or remove himself from these toxic situations where she would do this, and she would chase him into the other room. She would chase him and start beating on the door. Oh, he brought red wine for Miss Heard. And she consumed the same amount that he did. 1 or 2 bottles a day. And I'm gonna tell you something right now. Amber Heard probably does not have the tolerance, nor does she have the same body mass that Johnny does. So I'm gonna say that those 1 or 2 bottles a day affected her a lot more than Johnny. And it looks like it just wasn't Johnny that was boozing. Oh, that's leading? Okay, come on. Did he just say yay? Oh my god, this guy's. He said a normal end of the week. Yay. Okay, this guy is actually kind of cute. That's funny. He actually said, a Friday. Yay. This guy is such a nerd. It's cute. Okay, that was so super cute. Why is this not a meme yet? He said, yeah, when she drinks, it's not a problem, but when Johnny does, all hell breaks loose. Yeah, of course, she's not an abuser when she drinks, but Johnny is apparently, because magic juice doesn't work the same way, right? Oh my god, he's so British. He's like, yeah, I remember that day because the sun was coming down and it was setting and it was really beautiful, so I took a picture of it. Like, okay, I like this dude. I'm pretty sure she thinks that she can justly or justify her abuse when she's drunk because I can't remember, but when Johnny does it, she's like, he hurt me when Yeah, it's funny how she has such a incredible memory when she drinks and yet for some reason Johnny doesn't. I wonder where he's going with this. Ugh, 15-minute break, come on. Actually, I'm curious to see what this guy says. So, Johnny's out at the studio working. She's back at home being a giant cunt. Oh, I don't think I can say that on YouTube. I'm sorry. We'll just moving quite along. Back at home being a giant. I don't know how I cover that up. We're just gonna move along, okay? He said no because I agree. He's kind of cute in a wholesome way. He is because he was like, oh, just a regular Friday. Yay! Like that's actually kind of cute. Ugh. God, how long does it take these people to eat? I feel like we missed something. What are we waiting on? Come on, eat your sandwich, take your shit, and get back in. Pronounce it Count. Yes, exactly. I'll pronounce it Count. Being a Count Dracula. Misheard was misheard. Okay, he's kind of like this innocent, cute guy, like this innocent puppy in all of this. I actually dig this dude. Sounds like someone that's had a mental break. Hearsay. It's hearsay. Just because she lied to a doctor and a doctor told him, now you're playing a game of telephone. Just because he comes there and she's in tears and she's told a doctor a story to get attention does not mean that anything happened. Unless this doctor is sharing medical information, which he shouldn't be doing, it's against HIPAA, regardless of whether he's able to assess injuries or not, like if there were any. That's it's still you no. This is bullshit. This is absolutely no. He has no business being on the stand right now. Ridiculous. All right, you guys. It's almost midnight though. We will. Where are we at? We're at 6 hours, 24 minutes. We'll have to resume this tomorrow so that we can after the trial stuff tomorrow because this is there's no way they let him continue. That's some bull crap. This is a game of telephone at this point. So Mr. Depp had sustained an injury to his finger. So let's not talk about the fact that so now she is Amber Heard went from crying and hysterical to Johnny's got a missing finger. Which one do you think takes precedence? I said, "Oh yeah, falling asleep." All right. Well, we will come back to this tomorrow, you guys. Yeah, it's always hearsay stuff with her team. It's never any actual direct evidence or proof. But all right, you guys, I'm gonna call it a night. Thank you for tuning in. We will go over some more stuff tomorrow. We'll get caught up and assess a little bit more of this craziness. So yeah, you guys take care. Have a good one. Be back tomorrow. Yeah, you guys too. Latest. Don't forget to subscribe, by the way, if you're not already. You know, it's important. It's important. So do it. All right. Good night. It's a nice show. Great seeing you. Twins. What? Where? All right. Night, Kevin. Thank you for chiming in. I appreciate it, man. Take care. Have a good one. You too, Matt.